Diane.
Yeah.
Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you. John McLaughlin.
Here.
Great. Thank you, John. TJ Watterson.
I'm here.
Great. Thanks, TJ. Now, I believe at the moment, those are the only members that are present. Some other members will be joining us, but we'll announce them later. Members of the staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Here.
Thank you, Kathy. Holly Backus.
Holly's having
Here.
problems.
Actually, I just heard
I'm
Holly.
here.
Okay.
Now, let the
Oh, there you
record
are.
reflect that Abby Camp has just joined us. Abby, can you just confirm that you're here?
I can try.
Just say yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you're in too. Very good. Thank you, Abby. Nice to see you. To continue now, anticipated speakers, we're going to note those as they come up. Applicants will be called by name and read into the record. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, and it's being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020. Due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission is convening via video conference by Zoom app, as noted on the town's website identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, I will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking, and please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. For the items on the public comment section of our agenda, we are basically going to have Holly and Kathy looking at the email. Email comments can be sent in. We're going to do a brief pause to see if any comments do come in, and then I will read them off, or Kathy will read them off. Okay, finally, each vote at this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote, but you're all very familiar with that. So having said all that, we can now turn to the public comment of our agenda. So at this time, we're going to take a brief pause and allow Holly and Kathy to see if anything comes up via email that we will read into the public comment section. Also, let the record reflect, please, that Stephen Welch has joined us. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kathy. What can I do
Okay.
for you?
Yeah, I was talking to Andrew at the same time. There is no public comment at this time, but I did want to make you aware that there is someone for 11 Davis Lane, one of the persons who emailed earlier. So just to let you know that.
Yeah, we have a few written in comments
Mhm.
there. So they're going to join us online, correct, Kathy?
Yeah. If that's
So that isn't
acceptable.
really public comment. That will be a comment that's tied to a particular application. So we'll address that
Right, yeah.
when we get to it, but thank you. Any public comment? Kathy, Holly?
I don't see any. Holly, do you see any? I don't see any.
Okay,
No, I do not see any.
okay. Thanks, Holly. So if anything crops up, just interrupt me and we can return to that. But now we can move on to the consent portion of our agenda.
Shouldn't we approve the agenda?
You know what?
What?
That's so, Lisa, not in here. That's
you
that's
do, Mr.
interesting because, that sort of, Diane, I have to say that, we haven't done that since we've been on our Zoom meetings, and thank you for reminding me. So can I have a motion? from
Make a
one of
motion.
you? Thank you,
Motion.
Diane. Yeah.
Part of,
So
Mr. Chair.
Diane
part
has
of-
made a
if I-
motion to approve tonight's agenda. I'm going to now do a roll call vote of the regular members to see if that motion carries. Abby,
I'm in favor of the agenda.
thank you. Diane,
Me, I am also.
thank you. Val,
Yes,
Yeah.
aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
great. And the chair is in favor of, motion carries. Thank you. Diane, thanks once again for reminding me about that. Now we are on to the consent portion of the agenda, and I need to recuse,
As do I.
and Val needs to recuse. So fortunately, that means that we have 3 regular members, those regular members being Diane, who will chair,
Yikes.
John and Abby, and we have 2 associate members to fill
Yeah.
the 2 missing seats, which would be TJ and Stephen, unless anyone from that list is conflicted.
All right, so can I have a
I'd like to
motion?
make a motion to, is it the consents?
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
Consents with, oh yeah, a motion to approve the consents.
Thank you. John,
Yes. Aye.
all right, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
TJ,
Aye.
that's a full approval.
okay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Diane. Now
You're
we'll move on to consent with conditions. I don't believe anybody needs to recuse from this one. So this would
I'll
be the
make a
regular.
motion to approve the consent with conditions.
Thank you, Abby. So this is the regular, the regular board that's voting on this. So Val?
I just had a question, sorry.
No, hey, go for it.
I didn't look at what's the small solar on number 1, 11 South Shore Road?
Kathy?
I don't have access to the files. Holly does. She'll pull it up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. it's on
I'm
the
really
consent with
sorry.
conditions.
I just
No,
didn't see
No, no.
that one.
Val, it's quite all right. Seriously, if you have any concerns, you have to let us know.
I didn't know, I didn't remember approving it.
No, it's on a consent with conditions because of
Yeah.
visibility. I just wanted to see where it is and what it is.
Right, right. I agree with you.
So I think that Holly posted something. Oh, she's got the file up. Hopefully you can all see the screen, but she hasn't opened the file yet. I'm sure she's trying to do that as we speak.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
I'm looking at the, what she just pulled up,
Yes.
and number 4, on West Shore air condition condenser,
The heat pump?
the heat pump, yes.
Yeah.
Um, I didn't get a chance to drive over there.
I'm sorry. What did you say, John?
Didn't get a chance to get to that one spot. Could up on the screen.
Okay. I'm having some issues. I couldn't hear half of what John had to say. But
Okay,
but John, hang on for 1 second, okay? Because we're on consent with conditions. You had a question regarding item number 4 on consent with conditions, but Val had a question on the first item on consent with conditions. So why don't we handle Val's question first, and then I'm going to go to your question, okay? Would that be all right, John?
thank you.
All right, so hang on just 1 second. So now you should all see on your screen item number 1, which is 11 South Shore Road. It's the Chip Webster application. And Val, you had a question regarding,
It's just the solar panels. I just wanted to see where they are and
okay. So I'm looking at a site plan now, and where are the solar panels?
that's the,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, on the house. Okay.
that's all we got?
No, there's two applications.
Okay.
Holly, what do you mean by there's 2 applications?
Well, there's two PDFs
Yeah.
for Chip Webster.
There they are. There they are.
Hey,
Yeah,
Andrew?
there you go.
Yes.
Andrew, I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this, but I'm hearing echoes all over the place from every word that's being said.
That
Yeah,
echo is coming from Holly's computer. So, Holly, you need to stay muted when you're not speaking.
She's
Got some
muted now.
reverb.
I just muted her again.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think Holly was going to tell us what was going on with this application. But so Val, I think given that Holly has been muted, could you please direct Holly to whatever drawings you're interested in seeing to answer your.
well, she's showing us the elevation, which faces one of the roads, and it's, now that I'm looking at it, it's not only solar panels with no size or information about them, it has a metal pipe. And
metal pipe?
this building is very visible from the road.
All right. I
So,
think that what we have to do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may I?
Stephen. Yes,
so
please.
Holly was having difficulties, so I pulled up the file. There's two files. One is the elevations or standard application. I haven't opened the other one for a while. I believe it is images of the materials. I can double check. Val, just for purpose of information, Val is pointing out this elevation shown in the image
Yes.
as the concerns, and this
Right.
is the street face
Wero.
Wero. Yeah.
here with the view in this direction. So just for
Correct.
clarification, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Stephen.
I
Ray,
think we ought to hold it.
I agree. Val, thanks for bringing it up. And I think that just to be on the safe side here, what we should do is withdraw that application until we have further information from the consent with conditions.
I'll make a motion to hold for a view.
That sounds good. Well, okay. Let me make sure that we're going about this the right way. Because what we're supposed to be doing is sort of reviewing them together. So, we usually vote them through together. So Abby, I think that the best way to handle this would be to simply remove, your motion would be to remove item number 1 from consent with conditions at this time.
Okay, that's my motion.
Thank you. But now, before we go too much further, I know that John had a question regarding number 4 on consent with conditions.
Right.
So Stephen, if it was you who was pulling up 11 South Shore,
Yeah,
could you also pull up 1 West York so that John can have a look at that one?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman- Mr. Chairman, I had a question on the first one.
Oh, well, hey, John.
Yes, I had a question.
John, I think that there's enough concern about the first one and the visibility of the panels that we're pulling that off of the consent with conditions agenda. Abby has made that motion, and I'm just holding that motion right now until you get your question answered about item number 4. So we really don't have to worry about item number 1 right now because it's going to be pulled.
Okay, I'll hold the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now, John, I know that you had a question regarding 1 West York, which is number 4. So Stephen has gotten that information up on the screen for you. John?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
John, so what Stephen has on the screen for you is the application for number 4 on consent with conditions, because I think that you had a question about the mini split.
Yeah, well, where the air conditioner is.
Where the mini split is.
Was it to the right of the house?
Well, here, Stephen, go down 1 more. If you can hear me. Yeah, there you are. Okay, John,
Yes,
see that site plan right there? See
Right.
that little red square that says condenser?
condenser.
Do you
Yes,
see that? That's where it is.
okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there is a motion on the table right at the moment to withdraw number 1 from the consent with conditions agenda. I'm going to poll my board now to see if everyone's in favor of that motion. Okay. So Diane,
I am in favor of pulling it.
very good. Thank you. Val,
Yes, please.
thank
I'm
you.
in favor.
Okay. John,
My question is, does the owner or representative agree with that? Who made the
Well,
motion to pull it?
they're not present because it was on a consent agenda. So we don't have anybody representing, but what's going to happen, John, is it's going to get pulled. They're going to get notified that there's some concern about it. So the next time this comes up, there's probably going to be somebody representing it.
I got you. Yeah,
Okay. But so John, are you in favor of pulling this for the time being so we
Yeah.
can get more information?
Yes,
Thank you. Abby.
Okay.
Yes, I'm in favor of pulling it.
Okay, so the chair is in favor also. So the motion to pull item number 1 off of the consent with conditions agenda is approved unanimously. Now,
Okay.
having said that, we now have 4 remaining items 2 through 5 on consent with conditions. Can I have a motion on those unless there's any further questions?
So
Motion.
moved.
Oh,
Thank you. So Abby's motion is to approve items 2 through 5 on the consent with conditions agenda, sorry, and I will poll the board. Abby,
Yeah, aye.
great. Val,
aye.
thank you. Diane. Do we have Diane?
No.
All right, let's go with John then. John,
aye.
thank you. Diane is back on?
Not quite yet.
Connecting. I'll wait a second. It looks like she's on now.
Hi,
Hi, Diane. We don't have
Sorry.
your video, but are you in favor of approving consent with conditions items 2 through 5?
yes, that's fine.
Great, thank you. And the chair is in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Hey, by the way, Kathy, if you can hear me,
Yes.
just let Chip know that there are some concerns about the degree of visibility of this. Maybe he can provide us with some additional information that will help. the board
He is
out.
actually on the agenda, on the main agenda down below, number 7. So
Oh, okay, if I remember, I'll tell him. Okay.
Yeah.
Once again, we're on to item number 4, which is a 60-day denial, One Stone Alley.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
the applicant came in today and signed the extension. So,
Oh, okay.
So that's been resolved.
That's
all right?
moot. All right. So
And we have that on file.
great.
Yeah.
The extension.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Holly. Okay. So we can skip that for the time being. And now,
But do
We're
we
on
like
to
do a
our-
motion on that to hold?
no,
Or
don't need to,
okay,
because it's moot. We
okay.
don't need to deny anything or approve anything.
Okay.
So we're on to item number 5, old business. First item has not yet been heard, so that would be our regular board that's sitting on this, all 5 of us. And I believe we have somebody representing this. There we go, Ed Mills.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, we
welcome.
do.
Hello?
Hi.
So I think you may be unfamiliar with this process, but what's going to happen right now is either Holly or Stephen is going to get your application documents on the screen so that we can all take a look at them. And then you'll just tell us what you're doing.
Okay.
And we will give you
Who's
our
that?
opinion.
Okay, I turned it off. Can't skip the reading.
Mr. Chairman, which street address is this?
It's 4
Yeah.
Traders Lane.
Oh, that's what I thought you said. Bear with me one moment.
No, it's fine. Thank you for taking this on.
Let's see.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. My laptop was not working, so now I'm on my iPad.
Oh, okay. And there's some issue with the iPad, Holly. I can't remember what it is.
Yes,
It doesn't
it's difficult to pull up all the documents that way. It wasn't and unfortunately it was worse on my iPad. I mean
Oh.
my laptop. So I apologize.
Well, we'll see
No
what we can
problem.
do here. You know,
Steve's
Steve
there.
might be able to get a hold of it.
That's odd. The link on the town website to the applications for new and old business is no longer accessible.
I saw
Okay.
that.
Mine too, also.
So we've-
Ed is holding
okay.
up the drawings. This is it's primitive, but it might work.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may, I could probably try to do that
Oh,
as I have.
okay. So Kathy, you're going to try and look it up. And John, you had a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yes. What just happened here? I'm a little lost. This is number
Okay,
5.
John, let me explain. We are on item number 1 of old business, okay, which has not yet been heard. We have, that's 4 Traders Lane, and I believe we now have 3 people, those 3 people being Holly, Kathy, and Stephen, trying to access the drawings on the town website. We also have our applicant, our representative, Ed Mills, holding up the drawing to his computer unfortunately, Ed, I can't really see that very well. I mean, maybe if, yeah, you're a little tiny snapshot there.
Yeah.
I have
I
Kathy.
believe if Steve has a chance to look on the view agenda, it might be on that one.
I'm having
Ah,
difficulty almost when we saw Andrew
I think we
again.
have liftoff.
Okay, so the HTML on the town website is blank. I pulled down the PDF link, so we'll get there. This is the
That's
application, and if you
terrific.
all want to just let me know what page you want to start on when you get to it.
Okay, great. So, well, Ed, we're looking, thanks for joining us. We are looking right now at your application. Wait,
Oh, sorry, guys.
okay.
Forgot I was sharing.
So there's the application. We know that you're doing a fence. Can we see the site plan, Stephen?
Sure.
There's, let's just stop. Let's stop at the locus just for a second so that everybody gets
Sure.
familiar with where this is.
Okay.
Okay, so this is on Pine Street,
That says Pine Street.
Judith Chase.
Oh, hold on one second. This is not correct. I do not. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it is. This is correct.
Okay, Summer Street, Pine.
It's at the
Okay.
corner.
Yeah, okay, I know where we are now. So, all right. Hopefully you all are familiar. We're at the corner of Summer Street. This property is actually bordered on three sides by three roads. You have Traders Lane. I remember when this came through for renovations to the front of this building. I think Mark Godfrey did the work. Traders Lane on one side, Pine Street on the other side, and Summer Street on the little remaining piece. So now we know where it is. And Stephen, if you could scroll down to the site plan. Okay, there's this, okay. All right. I can't read the entire text there, but okay, great, perfect. Driveway change of material from sand, dirt, a brick apron with shell drive, no curb exist. 2, extension of existing fence along north property line, new fence, existing fence on the north. Yep. Okay, so
He has pictures too. Keep going.
okay, good, perfect. Yep.
Ray,
Yeah,
is this
yes.
Carl Borchart's old house?
Carl Borchart's old house?
No,
Yeah. No.
it's the Muriel Williams.
Okay, I just wondered.
Well, I live on Pine Street, so I'm familiar with this house. So, good. Yep. Oh, I see. These are examples of the proposed materials and so forth.
That's three
Okay.
traders across the street.
Great.
That one is on Main Street.
Mhm.
What's relevant about this picture right here is the the natural approach as opposed to formal.
Natural meaning the shell.
Yeah, shell with grass, not hard bordered.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our property, 4 Traders Lane, and that driveway in particular leads back to an old garage. It's hard to say that it's formal. It's almost, in a funny way, it's rural in town.
Yeah.
But the driveway is just sand, and we'd like to, bring it up a little bit by adding the shell driveway and then create the apron where it intersects with the road itself.
Okay. So this is a really good picture to sort of stop on because it shows the garage and you can all make out where the tire tracks are going. So where those tire tracks are, the proposal is simply to do crushed shell, okay, with the grass border going down the middle, just like you saw in the other photograph. And then as we approach Traders Lane, there would be a
Brick.
Apron.
Apron. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. There would be a brick apron that brought you into the shell drive. And that's, and then you are also asking for an extension of the fence that's to the left of that picture.
Correct, which
that
the
you
other
can't really
picture,
see.
you can see it, yeah. Yeah.
Now, do we have a photograph of that fence or the
Yes.
existing part of the fence?
Yes.
Next picture.
Okay.
Okay.
So that fence is, our property faces Trader, the neighbor property is Mr. Holtz, and his property actually faces Pine.
Correct.
So that's his backyard and his fence. And my backyard, if you will, is really his front.
Yeah.
Because we sit opposing each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so the proposal is to simply extend that fence down to Pine Street, and then it would turn about 3 feet and connect to our garage. You can see that in the drawing, maybe a little bit easier than the picture, but basically extending that fence and closing the back corner of the property.
Right. So Stephen, now
Right there, yep.
you did exactly what I was hoping you would do, which is now we see the garage.
Yep.
And the fact that the fence sort of dog legs a little bit on Pine Street,
Correct.
38 feet. 38 has nothing to do with the fence. That's the length of the
Driveway. The fence is about 35 feet.
Okay. And it would be the same material?
Yes.
That's what we call a 5-in-1 fence. I didn't notice. Does that have diagonal lattice or square lattice?
You can scroll down. I think it's diagonal.
It's diagonal.
Yep.
All right. Well, okay. I'm going to go around to your board, which, if I haven't said it already, is our regular board, and I'm going to get opinions from each member. So Val, why don't you lead it off if you're ready?
Sure. I actually went down and walked up and down the street just to see what there were for materials of driveways and things there. And this is a perfectly appropriate proposal.
Thank you.
I'm an aye.
Great. There hasn't been a motion made yet, but
I know.
we'll retain the aye. Okay. Diane, how about you?
I would make the motion to approve as submitted. I think it will do very well. I think driveway looks good. And that extension of the fence makes sense to connect it to the garage.
Wow, great. Okay, well, I'm going to hold your motion just so that I can hear from the remaining board members, but thank you for your comments. John?
Yes, the left fence, the existing fence, and above it is a new fence. Is that going to match the existing?
Yes.
That's existing.
There's
Yes.
one existing fence is already there.
Yes.
Right.
That's the one you saw the photograph of.
Yeah, now what about policy when you put a 6-foot fence? You start at the house going backwards, and we don't usually run it right up to the road or the street.
So
Okay.
John,
Yes,
one of the things he's actually not proposing that. The part of the fence that's existing is the neighbor's fence. And as he described, so that neighbor,
okay,
the fence there is for the neighbor's backyard, which faces Trader's Lane.
okay. My
The
question-
applicant's fence is actually going in his backyard, which faces onto Pine Street. So it's not going to the front of the house at all. Or I should say the existing fence goes to the front of this house, not the one that he's proposing.
Okay, I had a further question. If
Yeah.
you start at the top where it says existing garage,
Yes.
go across there to Summer Street, come down to Trader's Lane and back, there's no movement. The only movement is that one piece of fence and the driveway. Am I correct?
The only thing that is being proposed here is the driveway that exists now as dirt, and he's proposing it to be shell. And that little length of fence that goes back sort of halfway down the yard and it connects up with the garage. That's number 2 on that plan you're looking at.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. So, okay, great. And who did I miss?
Abby.
Oh, Abby, yes. Where are you on this, Abby?
So I'm in favor of it. I just want to make sure the grass strip is down the middle, because I think shells get sort of messy in town, and it does look sort of rural, more sconset-y. So I'm okay with just 2 strips of shell, but I want to make sure that middle piece is grass, so it softens that. And then I was noticing that the picket fence on Traders Lane looks like he might want to, that might be getting a new application, but it looks like that needs to be, it sort
Repaired?
of got smushed.
Yes.
I repaired the smush spot last week.
Okay, good. All right, so.
That whole run of the fence, that whole run takes a lot of abuse. It's because it's right on the street. And
Yeah,
so
it's tight.
Yeah, when they park next to the church, sometimes there's just barely enough room for a car to pass, and they'll rub
Yeah.
against the fence.
I bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
All right,
Chair,
so, yeah, I'm sorry, did
If-
somebody say something?
yes, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, Holly.
I believe there should be in the packet, this has been a while since I've looked at this, but I want to say both myself and Historic Advisory looked at this.
Yes,
But either way, I have met with Mr. Mills before, and don't really see any concerns. I think it's a good proposal, and he's seems to be a good steward for this historic structure.
yeah, from what I see, I would completely agree with that. And yeah, I remember the earlier application coming in for the house. Thank you, Holly. And Holly, by the way, chime in if there's relevant information that either you or HSAB or anyone has submitted that we should probably, do it at the front end of the discussion rather than at the back end. So, feel free to just give a shout if something like that is available and wants to be discussed. Okay.
Absolutely.
So thank you. And so there is a motion.
Holly, a question.
What?
Sorry to interrupt. I have a question for Holly.
Oh, go.
That's okay, because I saw her notes from the previous application. I apologize not showing up. I didn't realize I was supposed to. So there was I think a comment that you had written, Holly, about running bond or stack bond. And I'm proposing running bond. And second, I think there was a comment about parallel to the street versus perpendicular.
Yes.
The apron. And I think what is common is parallel.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
That would be my intention, with the exception of the perimeter bricks, which would run perpendicular to the body of the apron.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is different than what's actually across the street at three Traders Lanes. The apron is perpendicular, which I think looks funny, but
Yeah, that's not typical.
right.
at all.
So my proposal is, I didn't write it down, but parallel running bond brick.
Great.
Okay.
Is that referenced someplace in your application?
It's not in my application, but Holly picked it up and it was on her notes that were from, which I saw in an email from Kathy.
Okay. Would you have any objections to, there is a motion on the table to approve this, and I believe Diane made the motion. Would you have any objections to Diane modifying her motion just to include that it's going to be running bond that's parallel to the street on the apron?
Is that a question for me?
That's a question for you, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And Diane, would you have any issues with appending that to your motion?
No, that should go on it.
Great. Okay. I think we're all on the same page then. So I'm going to poll the board on this one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I had a question that I didn't get in. My question is one is to Mr. Mills. I pointed out, looking at the map now, you've got 3 sides to the right of the house. Okay. Now, they took down the white picket fence all the way around that property. Are you gonna replace it?
No, there never was a white picket fence along Pine Street. That's just hedges. There was not a picket fence along Summer Street, again, just hedges. The picket fence solely runs down Traders Lane, and I've repaired it, the full length of it. It was, some portions were broken, some were rotten, some were fallen over, and I simply repaired it in its existing form. So no removal of any fences. There is a fence right behind the house that runs between the garage, probably about 40 feet down Pine Street, and then turns and connects with the L from the kitchen, and that's existing and it's still there. And my intention is to repair it as opposed to change it.
Yeah, but are you gonna replace the fence or something else, bushes or edges?
Well, John?
Yes.
Mr. Mills is leaving the fencing that's currently there. He's leaving it all. He's not proposing getting rid of any of it.
Yes,
Okay.
I
repeat
think
that,
we're
please.
beating a dead horse here.
Hang on one second, Abby. John, Mr. Mills is not taking down any of the existing picket fencing. It's all staying. Okay?
Yeah, I saw some of it missing. That's why I asked.
What?
I saw some of it missing. And I saw some of it missing out of the fence. I just why I asked.
Well, he said that some of it got hit, got damaged, but he fixed it. Oh, you mean on the picture, that stuff,
There it
John?
is. Right
Yeah,
there.
so no, he's fixing that. It's staying.
Oh, he's replacing.
Yeah, he's fixing it.
They
Oh,
still
come on.
have a picket fence on 3 sides. That's my question.
Whatever fencing is there now is staying, and he's only adding the piece that he's requested over next to the neighbor's property. That's it, but he's not taking anything away.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
All right, so now I'm going to poll the board on the modified motion. Abby,
Yes, I just want to make sure that the green strip, that the center strip is grass.
well, Abby, yes. So to that point, that is what the applicant has requested. So if it's done as a full thing, which I can't imagine he would ever do.
I know, but I did one once and it disappeared.
You mean you did a grass strip?
I just want to underline it, that's all.
Okay. Diane, can you just add that to your motion as well, that the grass
That the
strip will be
Strip
maintained
in the middle be retained at all times.
as grass? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Abby, now, are you now in favor of the motion?
Yes,
Okay, great. Val,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, now
Do I
we're
sign
on
off
to
now?
item 2. Thanks a lot. Nice seeing
You're all
you.
set.
Okay, yeah, you're all set. Do we have somebody here representing 46 Monomoy Road? Yeah,
I'm
no?
looking, Mr. Chair, at the moment, and I don't just stand by.
Can you close the door?
I don't have, his name is Hale. Everett
on a
Hale. I don't have him on at the moment. Oh, there he is. Oh, never mind.
Lisa, please.
Mr.
Kathy,
Chair,
I'm really
I
sorry.
just
What-
submitted,
Oh, there's Hale.
I just submitted him.
Yeah,
He should
okay,
be coming
great.
on momentarily.
All right. Hi, Hale. Hale?
His first name is Everett.
No, his first name is Hale.
Oh, it is, okay.
We used
Hello,
to,
can you hear me?
there we go. Hale,
Hi,
hey, how's it going?
great.
Nice.
It's good to be on with all of you. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Now, so Hale, you might be aware of this already, but your application has been reviewed a couple of times. So I'm just gonna go down the list of your board. And you're actually missing one person, and that one person is Jesse Dutra. He's not with us today. So it's myself, Abby Camp, Val Oliver, and Stephen Welch. Okay,
Great,
that's your board.
great. Thank you.
So we have your drawings up on our computers right now. So could you tell us what has been revised since the last time we reviewed this?
Sure. First of all, I want to apologize. It's been nearly 10 years since I've been through this process, and I think you've been patient in your review. I read through the minutes and I took away a couple things, which was really to maintain the yurkin head roof and stay within the boundaries of the existing structure. What I proposed before had deviated from some of the existing elevations and plans. So what I'm proposing now is to preserve the majority of the existing footprint as well as the yurkin head roof. And if you don't mind, I'd like to walk you through kind of the major proposals, and then we can go elevation by elevation. I can share with you what's happened.
Perfect.
So as I mentioned, no changes to the yurkin head roofs, they all stay. There's no change to the elevation facing Monomoy Road at the entrance. So you see that in the upper right photo on the right-hand side. And there's no change.
Hale,
You need to
sorry.
see the
I'm
plan.
going to interrupt you just for a second because this might just be my screen, but I'm looking at all of you. It's layered on top of the photograph that you're talking about, which is the Monomoy Road facade. So, Stephen, is this you? Yeah, Stephen, can you move the thing over to the left a little bit?
I cannot actually see what you're seeing, so
You can't.
what's going on?
Well,
I'm
see,
on the cover page.
we're on the cover page, but
So
there's
I'm-
photographs there.
Yeah, on my screen, I have the cover page, which has photographs, the site plan and photographs. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, maybe what I got to do is I got to get rid of this thumbnail video thing.
Oh, you're seeing us? Yeah, you can drag that around.
Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So sorry, Hale. Now I got it. Can you continue?
Sure. And perhaps you could scroll. There's a couple of perspective views.
Sure, if you let me know page numbers as we go, that'd be helpful.
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. Great.
There we go. So if we stop here for a moment. So in the minutes, one of the comments was a request to see a perspective view comparing the old and the proposed. So on the top row, you see existing photos, and on the bottom, you see what's proposed. Now, the proposal, as I mentioned, the yurkin head roof is to stay. I am proposing to do a partial foundation and raise the house approximately one step, 7 to 8 inches to sit on the foundation. There's no change to that entry with the sort of main yurkin head facing Monomoy Road, as well as the garage facing Monomoy Road. There are alterations on the north side, which is on the right side of the page, where the enclosed porch is removed and the double height bay window is removed and replaced with an open porch and another yurkin head facing the north.
Okay.
On the east elevation, which is the middle portion, the primary
Are you
gable.
looking at the drawings?
No, we're looking at the photographs and then the rendered perspectives.
Okay.
Did I answer
See
your
what
question,
page?
Val? Val,
What?
did I answer?
I'm
your
trying
question?
to figure out, I thought we were just gonna look at the, never mind, doesn't matter.
What Hale is doing right now is he's just giving us an overview that
Okay,
we're looking at with the perspectives, because we did request there to be perspectives. So that's
right.
this. And then we're going to be reviewing the actual elevations, which I think is what you were asking about. Those are next.
Okay,
All right,
Thank you, Chairman.
continue, Hale.
Okay, so the middle column is a comparison of the east elevation, which is facing Monomoy Road. And the proposal here is to extend the main volume further south by approximately 7 feet, preserving the veranda, which is the connector between the garage and the main house.
Hale,
Yes,
can you clarify something for me?
yes,
Okay, so I'm looking at the main house and I'm seeing that you have taken that piece right now that has the lattice on it and pulled it further south so that you're
exactly,
able to get 2 dormers in that.
exactly.
That gets longer, all right? Now I'm assuming that the garage is staying in the same place. That's the same garage in both of those images, correct?
That's exactly right.
Same garage, same location. And you're removing that little garage bay, and the breezeway piece just sort of all shifts to the south.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
And then if on the lower left, you'll see, maybe it might be better to go to the next slide, actually, if you can go one page. Okay, on the lower right is the west facing elevation, which is facing the interior yard. So the other significant change is that the existing south chimney has been removed, and there's a new gable perpendicular to the main ridge that comes off towards the backyard.
toward the water.
Towards the water, exactly. That's in the lower right corner.
That gable is the one that has the bay on the first floor with the 4 windows in it?
Exactly. That's completely new. That's proposed.
Okay, got it. All right.
So now if you want to continue, we can go to the site plan and then the demo. Sorry, the other way. You were, yeah. So this is a look at the site plan. Red is always a proposed wall, gray is an existing wall to remain.
Okay.
And if you go to the next, you'll see a comparison of the demo and the proposed. One more slide.
Stephen?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so what we're trying to do is we're moving up to the next one.
Okay.
There,
It's the foundation. If we go one more.
one more.
Great. So on the top of the page is the existing and below is the proposed.
And how, we just infer that wherever there's red, that means demolition of some kind that's allowing for new fabric to go in, right?
Actually, it's new wall, right? Because if you remember you see the corner at the veranda on the top page is now extending. So that red is it's additive, not subtractive.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Perhaps I should have been a little more intentional, Chairman, because on the upper left, the demo would include that enclosed porch and the bay window, and then a portion of the area between the garage and the main house. That would be the extent of the demo, but the main house and the garage remain.
Yeah, so Hale, normally in a case like this, and maybe this is something for the next go round, but what you would do is like in the lower drawing, you would have the like the existing porch, the enclosed porch that you're taking off would actually be dashed in on the lower plan to show that it used to be there and it's not there anymore.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, so we can continue.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, actually, I have a question on this one.
Go.
So looking at the sheet in front of us, just to be sure I understand, the upper plan is the existing first floor plan. The lower plan is proposed first floor plan.
Correct.
Obviously, the garage is aligned. The interior program has changed. Much of the massing aligns and the existing structure with interior program changes. But on the exterior, the first floor sunroom is removed.
Yes.
And in a portion of, and the bay window, and in a portion of that is a covered porch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move to the next one.
Okay.
So now we're on the second floor.
Mhm.
And again, you can see in the proposed on the bottom, that extension in red, and then also the extension coming towards the yard.
Okay.
And then on the left side, proposed, which is new, on the lower side is the new shed looking down on a deck.
We're on DuckDuckGo. Whoops. We lost the plan. Oh,
No,
Yeah.
he's working on it.
Sorry, I'm trying to queue up the next one. It's not in the list.
That's all right.
Go ahead, sorry.
all right, so sorry. So what I was describing and Ray, when you were commenting on dashing demo and clarifying additive. So in the lower left side of the proposed plan, you're looking down on the proposed shed with a deck on the lower left.
Correct. Yep. Got that. Okay. So Hale, there we go. I was going to say we should probably move on to the elevations now, and here we are. Okay.
So again, moving right to left, removal of the enclosed porch with adding the open porch. The entry remains the same with the remainder of the yurkin head roof and the two dormers on top. And then moving to the left, we've extended that volume and added two shed dormers on top with some reconfiguration of the ground floor windows. Then the veranda is sliding with that change and eliminating that portion of the garage which sits under the lower roof. And then finally, the garage remains exactly the same.
Okay. Good.
And you'll also notice in the top, there's an existing chimney on the left-hand side, which is removed.
Thank you. Good. Got it. Okay.
So now on the right-hand side is that north elevation with the enclosed porch and the bay window. So proposing to remove those and build an open porch with the deck on top and French doors and windows opening onto that deck.
Okay.
On the left side, we have the south elevation. So this is, to see more of it, I've cut it through the veranda. So you're kind of stepping past the garage and then looking at the house so that we could see more of the house. And you see that from right to left, we've removed the lower window. The chimney goes away. The two windows on the second floor remain. And then we're extending off the back with that additional gable and bay window.
Okay. And you're moving that little dormer that's on the right-hand side of that away from the corner further towards Monomoy Road.
Right, correct. A little more centered on the elevation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, back, this is the, mhm.
This is the yard side. So this is the west facing side. So going right to left, we're looking at the back of the garage where we've removed 2 windows and added a door and a shower. Then we have the back side of that veranda that looks to Monomoy Road is the low roof with kind of wide open doors facing the yard. Then we have that new Yurkin head gable that comes perpendicular to the main ridge and the bay window. A set of double doors between the gables, and then the area kind of symmetrically mirroring on either side of the chimney remains the same. So windows, shutters, chimney remaining the same. And then on the left side, we have, again, removal of the bay window, removal of the enclosed shed, and the new open porch with the deck on top.
Okay. Good. That was all the elevation. Oh, okay. This,
This I think was already approved. This is in the earlier minutes I was asked to isolate this drawing, so I actually could have probably left it off of this. But you do see on the lower right, you see the existing garage elevation from the south side, which is to remain.
right, but this is actually a separate application. This is for the pool cabana, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Okay. All right. I think that covers it. So thank you, Hale. Now I'm going to see what my board members have to think about this proposal. Is anyone ready to begin, or do I need to pick a victim?
No, it's just hard when you can't really look at the elevations.
Can I,
I'm ready.
I'm pulling it up on my other thing here, so hold on.
Abby, I think I heard you say that.
Yeah, so, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I appreciate the changes. I think it's sensitively done, and it keeps the old shingle style, gives it reverence. I'm just wondering on the front of the house, if the second floor dormers also want to have that, I don't know what it's called,
Hipped roof.
hip roof.
Yeah, that's
if each-
exactly what I was thinking.
Because I think you've gone so far in making this, just keeping to its character, that to throw in the shed dormers doesn't really relate. It's like a new thing. The only a thing I miss is on the back of the house, the sort of turret. I miss that because every house on Nantucket has what you've proposed, the north elevation. You got the French doors and the windows and the deck set into the thing. You see that all the time now, and I kind of miss, wait, am I crazy? Wait.
No, you got it.
Okay, so I miss that little turret with the sun porch. It's so old fashioned. And I think you're missing an opportunity just to keep that it's so in character with the house. But I understand why you've done it, because that's probably the view. But if there was any way to get back and incorporate that turret, I would appreciate that. But I'd like to hear what my board members say.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, you definitely picked up on the hip roof thing, which I was about to say. Let's see. So Stephen, I know you're doing double duty there.
yeah, no worries.
But are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So I appreciate I think the changes are sensitive. The massing is clearly larger, but the changes are sensitive in keeping with the existing vocabulary, which I think is very important. I do agree with Abby's comments, and I'm wondering if perhaps that turret could be utilized, repurposed, even in a downsized fashion on the rear of the structure. So on the west elevation in some manner, I don't believe it would be visible straight on, but it would be obliquely from the water side.
Can I ask you a question, Stephen?
Yeah.
On that point, when you say repurpose, you don't mean literally. You mean like
No,
have that element show up as a new element on a different elevation.
correct. So that design element would be repurposed in a
Okay.
different location,
Got
and as opposed to just reused, which the design element, not the actual structure.
Yes.
So you could,
Okay.
if you could kind of reinterpret that into some other area on the elevation, I was just suggesting the west may be appropriate, but perhaps not.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so Valerie, are you, how are you doing?
Good. Everybody has really touched on the points I would have cued into, and I do want to thank you. It's come a long way, and I appreciate that it's not nice and clear now with the what's happening and what's not happening. The first time around, we just couldn't really tell. And then I just have one question. On the west elevation, the bank of 5 doors, could those possibly have a kick panel like the rest of the doors? They're the only ones that are different.
Good point. Do you know what she means, Hale?
Yeah, I do. And the answer is yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Because it's funny because you have those 5 that are, 5 lights high, and then you've got the 2 to the left that are 4, and you got the 1 to the right that's also 4. So to have it consistent across, I think is a good idea.
It makes sense.
Okay. Was that it?
yep,
Val?
yep.
Great. Okay.
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you. Val.
So, Hale, the first thing I'd like to say is I really appreciate that, and I think I speak for everyone who's on this application. We really appreciate the idea of you keeping the really iconic roof form that you have and working with that. So this proposal has gone miles from what we saw previously.
Can I say to that, Chairman?
What's that?
Do you mind if I say something to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Only that I really appreciate the comment. It's not where I first started, and it wasn't my first opinion. It's not, it's not, the Yurkin is not ubiquitous in Nantucket. You don't find it in building with Nantucket in mind, but it is part of the rich building history in Nantucket, and we're happy to be part of that. So it wasn't my first instinct, but I'm very happy with where it's come around. So I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So I basically agree with what's been said, and the only thing, what I'm going to add is inconsequential to the point of like not even worth talking about. But so Stephen right now is on, if we look at the west elevation, we can, you'll be able to tell what I'm about to say. So on the west, your proposed west elevation, on the left-hand side, we see your new open porch, okay? Which basically just has a column up to a beam and the rafter. Now I look at that, and then I look at what you have as a precedent on the front side of the house, the Monomoy Road side, where you've got these sort of nice little arches that constitute that connector between the house and the garage. And I'm thinking, well, there's a really nice design element that you could actually carry on to that porch. You see these really very low sloped arches. If you just incorporated that on the porch, then you're sort of consistent in your rendering of this house. And I think you're 95% of the way there, and it's looking really good. So that's the only thing I have to add. But it sounds like we're down to the putts on this one. So unless anyone has anything else to say, could I have a motion from one of my board members, please?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
yeah, can I get a chance to say something?
Well, actually, no, because you're not on this application.
Oh, okay.
This is an old business application, but you're going to be up. You're going to have plenty to review in a minute.
No
I'll
problem.
make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, I appreciate that, Abby. I'm going to poll the board. So, Stephen, where are you?
I'm in favor of the motion, relatively minor revisions.
I would agree with that, yes. Val,
I agree with that as well. Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
great, and chairs in favor. So motion carries unanimously. Hale, we'll see you again, but we're just here for some minor revisions now, okay?
That's great. I am in isolation with a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I am not going anywhere. So I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Nor are we. All right, take care of yourself.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody. Okay, now we're gonna move along to Cannonberry. Is Mirka on deck?
She is, Mr. Chair.
Great, okay.
She's
Hi,
coming in.
Mirka. Is she?
There's a little bit of a delay.
What?
There's a little bit of a delay when I let them in.
Oh, here she is. I see the little balls bouncing. Okay, while we're waiting for Mirka to come up, I'm just going to read off the board on this one. So, Diane, you're on this. John, you're on this. Abby and Val and myself. Okay. Let's see. Mirka's still waiting. Okay. Let's see. Who has the pleasure of getting up the
Ray, can you
information?
remind me what she's applying for? I went out there this afternoon and looked at it, but I couldn't remember. It was crosswalks and
That's what it was. It was a boardwalk.
Yeah.
One of those grade boardwalks. You know,
Kathy's
the ones
gonna
that
build
are
it up.
flush.
And the big deck,
Yes, I believe you're right, Diane.
What deck?
that's 20 feet long or 20 feet wide, which is double the length of the existing deck.
or is that, no, I think, is Diane talking about the Lisa's project on Ocean Ave? Or is this,
Well, I mean, that has a beach stair, so maybe. Although that's not.
So I really appreciate the comment.
Who was that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I just saw Mirka briefly.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, Mirka, all right, great.
I was watching, I apologize, I was watching YouTube and I might have you a little behind, delayed, so.
Okay,
So I
well, here we are, and we have you, welcome, and we have your application in front of us, and all the board
Right.
members that are sitting on this are aware who they are. So could you just tell us where we are with this, Mirka?
So where we ended up at the last meeting was practically clarify the boardwalk
Yes.
design, which I changed the photo, as you can see on the plan. Instead doing regular boardwalk, it will be more like a 3 boards in a section, very like simple design, set in dunes. I included, so that was one thing, that's where we wanted to kind of bring more clarification. The other page, the last page I included, in addition to submission, yes, I wanted to show you kind of typical cross sections of this dune.
Oh, yeah.
In relationship to the road to Cannonberry. This is like a typical, of course, it will vary from, you know, as it goes through the development, but the idea is practically to experience the side, the streets in a more beachy, duney way. And the boardwalk will be isolated with at least semi-strip of the beach grass or even the dune. I know Abby was interested to go to see the site. Nobody, you know, I made myself available, but nobody did reach out to me. So I don't know if any of you went to see.
I went today.
Perfect. So you, again, I am looking forward to hear your thoughts, but you could see how the dunes were already pre-shaped to have this boardwalk kind of just set and meander through the dunes. No, and I think that's where we left it off at the last meeting.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mirka. Well, Val,
Yeah,
you went out there, so what do you think? You ready?
I think it's an interesting idea. The dunes are there. They look like little hair plugs. All the grass is already
Yeah.
in there. And the boardwalk's at grade, so I don't have a problem with that. I think the only place I'm sort of unsure is the Belgian block as the cut through in the asphalt. It seems like sort of a disconnect with the natural dune beachy thing and then the boardwalks and then that.
Mhm.
But I like the idea of it. And it's interesting because you come in and you have that, and then there's the houses that have been there for a while and they're all green. And then you come around the corner and it's dune again.
Oh, green lawn, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, thank you for pointing that out, Val. So the dunes are in a section with the part which is missing. We are breaking this streetscape in a section to kind of connect with the pre-existing privet of the houses which are already there. So there are certain sections where I don't have a boardwalk and we carry a little piece of privet in the development. So let's say even on this section, when that's dark green line. So right in the middle, it's the middle, the second cul-de-sac. If you look at the second cul-de-sac, Stephen, if you don't mind, can you go to the second on the plan when you see the entire plan? So second cul-de-sac from the entry of the Canterbury.
Yeah.
So opposite of that cul-de-sac, you see the green lines.
Yes.
So we will have this portion of this privet hedges kind of coming through the dunes too in a small way to kind of just connect with the privet which is already there. Then you can see the same feature would be closer to the end. There will be small section of the privet. Yes, thank you, Stephen. And then, exactly.
Good.
And then right there, just where it was your cursor, at the end of the last, after this third cul-de-sac and yeah. So if you go up to the street, if you move that circle up to the, whatever, the third house, there is a, yeah, it's go toward,
Use your words.
okay, go left, 2 more lots.
Okay.
And there is a privet hedge in the front of those lots too.
Mhm.
I don't know. Yes, thank you. So we have this little portion of the privet hedge brought to throughout the development a little bit to bring it up and connect. Does it make sense, Val?
No, it's just, it doesn't have to make sense to me. It looks cool. And I think it's going to be kind of interesting. I haven't seen anything even remotely like it. I'd like to consider maybe a different cut through the asphalt material than Belgian block, something less formal like the boardwalk.
Mm-hmm. I am happy to entertain.
Mirka, I'm going to cut you off just for a simple reason. So you've heard from Val, and Val's concern is fairly simple. She's saying that, basically this is good. The boardwalk's nice. And she's questioning whether the sort of the introduction of formal Belgian block kind of diagonally going across the street is appropriate. That was her comment. Now, so for your benefit, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you hear from the rest of the board members that are sitting on this and see if they share that concern or if they have any additional concerns, and then you can address those if you want. So let's see, Abby, where are you on this?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay. I thought the further away you get from Ocean Ave or Lower Ocean Ave, whatever, the dunes didn't make as much sense as you get deeper into the what do you call this, a development?
Yeah.
I thought the idea of relating to the dunes that are on the other side of the street make more sense towards the front. As you go back, it seemed a little out of place. And and in the middle where there's that row of privet, like sort of random formal privet out of the blue, I don't know how that really relates. It's like smack in the middle, right across from the second cul-de-sac there.
Yeah.
I didn't quite understand what you were trying to do there. I'd like to understand. But in the concept, the other thing about the concept is I want to make sure that you mentioned hair plugs. I want to make sure that the grass really takes, like it looked a little sparse and a little regimented, like every single grass was like 1 foot apart and 1 foot apart both ways. And I just wanted to maybe it should be a little more random. And I'm not sure what I think about the Belgium block. If you can come up with another, I think it's not a bad not a bad material to I don't think it's too bad, but I wouldn't mind entertaining some other materials. But in general, I think it could be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane, how about you?
No, I think I agree with, excuse me, Val. I think that the Belgian block is sort of out of place. If something else could be used that would fit in a little more, I would like that. I think that it needs not to be so formal right there.
Thank you, Diane. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the center one aerial map of the whole project. As you go in from the road,
Yeah.
what's the length that this is going to be with this, if the request was for the boardwalk? What's the length of that?
The entire length, I would have to, if you can carry on the comments, I can give you the length if you can give me a moment, I can give you the answer. I can just pull it up on my computer and measure it exactly.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I didn't get half of that. All right.
Okay, John?
What is the length that when you start turning off the road into Canterbury, from there down to the cul-de-sac down the other end, what is the length of it?
I'm not sure.
John?
Yes.
She's going to measure that for you. She has to get onto her computer to measure that. But so she's going to give you an answer about how long that is overall. And do you have any additional comments in addition to what the length is, the question about the length?
Yes, because if this was going to a beach or a water pond area, I can see the use of the wood. By putting the wood down there for that long a fence, fence steps.
Boardwalk.
I think we're going to start a very bad precedent all around town where there's beaches and people don't even know about it. And each lot must be at least, what would you say? It's got to be in a plot plan here somewhere showing you the width of the lot along the road. If it's 100 feet.
Oh, it's going to be a lot more than 100 feet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm interested in, because to put this walkway down there, no reason to have it be wood. And also, you look at the left side, is about 3 times as high as the right side. So everything's going to be up in the air, if it's where it shows it.
Yeah.
So I don't know, there's no definite plan showing the dimensions of this. It's an incomplete application.
Well, so Mirka can provide that for you. I'm guessing if the lot size is like 50 feet wide, that this is going to be over 1,000 feet long.
The lot, just to correct, they are 100 on average.
Oh, the lots are 100 feet?
Yeah.
Well, then it's 2,000 lineal feet plus.
To
I think I
continue,
did that
don't open a can of worms. That's what I think.
Okay.
You put that in, as I say, if there's a reason for wood, as I say, natural water damage somewhere. But what's there has drainage already, take care of everything there. And I think we ought to do some more, get some more investigation about the size and a closer plot plan. And we can look at dimensions. There are no dimensions on this that we can see because they're very hard to see.
She's going to get that for you, John.
I'm glad
Thank you, John.
you're welcome.
So Mirka, my view is, I do like the boardwalk, and I think that, I've seen enough of these little sprigs of beach grass going in, the hair implant thing, to know that that stuff is going to thrive. It's going to take a few years to fill out, but it's going to fill out, and it's going to, look just like a dune. So all of that part I'm okay with. I am definitely sitting the fence and leaning towards the wrong side of the fence when it comes to the Belgian block, because I feel like as casual as the boardwalk thing is, it's going in the opposite direction with the Belgian block. It's like a really formal solution. What would be great is if there were some kind of like stone or tile paver that like was essentially the length of wood that could be implanted into the road, so that it didn't just look like, somebody went crazy with Belgian block and having all these diagonal cuts in the asphalt. So I think that most of the members agreed that, the Belgian block we'd like to see some sort of alternative to that might match the width and the texture of the boardwalk that's elsewhere, that's
I
not.
love that idea.
If you give me, if I may, I actually, because of another project, I have it's a concrete pavers.
Right.
I actually have it even in my office. I would have to just dig it out, but I have concrete pavers, which are formed as the wood. It literally looks like 2x8.
Exactly.
I just cannot remember the lengths they come, but it's like.
But listen, this isn't going to get approved tonight.
Got it.
I think that we're giving you relatively consistent opinions. So listen, I think that if you could do some research into the Belgian block thing, if you could provide some dimensional information for John, we can revisit this next time. Does that sound okay?
Could I add something to that somebody just said that kind of thought, have you seen these tiles that actually, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
That replicate wood, but they're tiles. Is that what you just said?
That's kind of what she's talking
Okay, I don't want to be repetitive, but it just resonated that if you did them in the lengths to that sort of look like the boardwalks themselves. I don't know if you just said that too, but I think that might look more naturalistic.
It would look really good, and
That would tie in nicely.
Yeah, it would look consistent.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, please, Holly.
for one quick second, I just want to put on my just regular planner hat.
Yep.
And just make sure that America or the developer has reached out to the town's consultant engineer with the planning board, because I do know, even though this is an older subdivision from the 70s, it did get everything formalized and that's why the developer was able to purchase those rest of those lots. And I'd hate to see this whole process go through without having stormwater brought into play for the material and the dunes and what have you. So I'm hoping that there's been a conversation with our consultant engineer.
And if there hasn't been one, there should be one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging me in that.
Very important.
Chairman,
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for revision.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. So I'm going to now poll the board to see where we are on John's motion. Diane,
I'm for it.
thank you. Very good. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
John, are you in favor of your own motion?
You have to hold it, yes,
I hope so.
yes.
Okay. Thank you. And the chair is in favor. Motion carries unanimously, holding for revisions. Thank you all very much. Nice seeing you, Mirka. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is 7A Hussey Farm Road. And unfortunately, I was getting some texts. Maybe it's all worked out already about Linda not being able to get on. But do we have Linda on board?
She was just
is
on.
in the wait. Yeah, she's in the waiting room right now. I'm trying to let her on.
Okay.
She's under Robert Sarkisian.
So this application has not been heard, which means that we have our 5 regular members sitting on that. Okay. And it looks like Stephen has gotten it up on the screen. Let's see.
I lost my screen.
You lost your screen?
Yeah. I don't know why. I have to get Andrew to help me sometime.
There I am.
I just saw you.
Yay.
Now
My
we don't.
computer
Oh, boy.
Can you hear me?
There
Yeah.
she is.
Hey, Robert, welcome to the meeting, Robert.
Yes.
How's it going?
Clearly there's been a change.
Yeah. Okay. So Linda, we have your material up on our screens. Hopefully,
Okay.
Diane, you can see it.
I have a bunch of pictures with this
Okay.
further down in the
Tell us-
packet.
Give us broad brushstrokes. What's the application for?
You can see there's this is a covenant house. You can see where it was subdivided from the lot behind it. And they moved a house in there from north of town. And
Okay.
up, the grade change is a good 8 feet or so,
I see
if
that.
not more. And
Yes.
in order to get a parking space in there, they had to drop the parking so it was level with the street. So he's got 3-9 and walls, and he's going to parge them. It wasn't exactly what was approved before. There's a picture of it here. You can see where he's going to parge the walls. There's really nothing else we can do with it because the drain, you can see the drain at the bottom of that picture. Every single, and the one across the street, every single thing coming down from Vesper and coming, or Hummock Pond, and down from the rest of Hussey Farm drains right into his driveway. He takes all of the water from both directions right into his driveway because to the left of that van is the drain. So it's elevated slightly, but the walls are there to sort of stabilize the yard. There's more pictures below it. There you go.
Linda, I have a right out of the gate type question on this. It's hard to tell from these photographs, but it looks pretty flat to me, this parking area.
He flattened it, but it's slightly up. That concrete thing right there is slightly graded up. So it goes into the drain, which is down. I think there's another picture of the drain somewhere else below this.
Because he's going to want to have positive pitch out away from the house and
It's
towards
slight.
the road.
It's slight.
But could it be less
There,
slight?
the
Could it be
drain
more
is,
dramatic?
see the shadow?
Oh God, yeah.
It
yeah.
all drains right there. So he's
No, but
slightly elevated.
This is to the point. To have more positive pitch away from the house is going to mean the water is not going to go into that area.
He's got it done now, so it doesn't come in now.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is see less wall. That's all. But
We thought about it, but he was gonna had vertical board on the wall underneath the fence,
yeah.
and that looked horrid.
What about just some vines or something?
Well, he can plant something. It's just, we don't know if it's gonna grow there because of the shadow, but he's gonna parge it so it looks more like a parged wall. Right now, it's just a linear poured wall to hold everything back.
Okay. So thank you, Linda. I'm going to open it up to the board and get opinions on this. feedback for you. Val, you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I see the situation. I think to grow something there, climbing hydrangea or something else that just sort of goes wild to mitigate it. It's the fence configuration, and I understand why it's there. It's for safety, but it's kind of strange.
Yeah.
It's not on any part of the rest of the, like if it had carried across the front yard, and I know it's a money thing, but
He built it himself.
it almost would have made sense. It's just a little bit disconnected, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
it's a really weird situation.
Yeah, it is. Hang
It's
on.
the only one on the street with this situation on top of it, so.
Hang on there, Linda. So Val, have you finished?
Yeah.
Thanks. Diane, where are you on this?
I would like to see something growing there rather than the wall. I don't know how much the water really gathers down there, but when you come down the Hussey, it's pretty rural, and I think some sort of planting that was there all the time would be good.
Great. Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, I'd like to see a aerial photo of where this is gonna go.
Oh, yeah, we have that, John.
Retaining wall.
Well, so do you see the picture?
I see the aerial shot.
Yes. So you see the blue rectangle?
Yes.
Oh, look, I think that might be Stephen is giving you a little green thing that's showing you exactly where those walls go.
Yeah,
Good job,
you have
Stephen.
retaining wall. All right, where are the dimensions?
Okay, do we have a site plan for this guy?
No.
Not a locus, a site plan.
Keep going down, go down further.
Okay.
No, he didn't have one.
Okay,
He was trying to close a construction loan and this has sort of held up everything.
yeah, okay.
And it's
You
a
have to
covenant.
have
on top of it.
Dimensions on the.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
we decided to make new changes recently. And one of them is that complete applications. And I find that I don't know what's going on there. It doesn't show you. It says something. Applies retaining wall around the parking area.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one there already, isn't there?
Oh, God.
Where did
Yes,
that?
it's already there.
Yes.
When they moved the house in, they put it in.
It looks awful new to me. Anyway, I'm just curious that, it's an incomplete application. I'll make a motion, we hold it till we get the information we need. We're
All
gonna
right,
start.
well, John, I'm gonna hold that motion, okay? Because we still haven't heard from Abby. for
Thank you.
one. Thank you, John. Abby?
Gosh, I wish I had some ideas. The material for the driveway itself, is that poured concrete? What is that?
It's a concrete apron because if it was Belgian block or brick, the water would have just ripped it to shreds. So
But it continues all the way
No,
to the
It's a-
back?
no,
That's
it's a
gravel.
concrete apron, 10 feet that he's required, and then it's gravel.
So that's gravel. Okay, I couldn't tell what that material was.
Gravel.
A gravel like that's the finished product?
Yeah.
Most of the guys in there have gravel or shell.
Gosh.
Hmm.
It's a
I would
really
like
weird
to somehow, it looks very monotone and there's no texture. But all the ideas I have, they're going to cost money. So I don't really have an idea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because he's a covenant house, he's sort of restricted.
Yeah, I understand.
I'd have done a split rail.
May I add a comment on the railing? Although I'm not on the application.
Yeah, go ahead, TJ.
I believe if he raised the grade in the lower portion of this driveway cut such that the elevation difference was less than 30
30
inches,
inches.
we would, it would predicate no railing at all as a safety issue, because if you fall 30
Well,
inches, code
Well,
says.
I don't think, I hear you, TJ. I
Yeah.
don't think that he could do that for the entire thing.
Okay.
He's got little kids and the whole back wall is over.
No,
30.
well, okay, it goes beyond that. It's like, he's not gonna be able to fill that such that he gets 30 inches even at the highest point. That would be really wishful thinking. That would be a steep driveway.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the idea that, it's a lot of fencing. And the reason that it's a lot of fencing is because the grade in the driveway is so low right now. If it got raised up, which by the way, would mean going from gravel to shell or whatever. All these things would be ways to mitigate what we're looking at right now, which is not immensely pretty.
I like the planting idea. I think he can do that.
Say that again, Linda?
The planting vines over this thing after he parges it would probably be the best way to
I
go.
don't know why it doesn't come up.
Well, yeah.
I don't
I
know.
mean, and I agree that would
And I
be
can't
an
seem to get it
improvement
on
over what we have right now.
iPad.
But I also agree that like the gravel and that apron is a concrete apron like that. I don't know. I
I have one thought.
What's that, Abby?
I'm thinking, well, now you're talking about planting.
Mm.
If he could sacrifice like a foot and a half at the back, at least he could make a
Plant
bed so that you could have some privet or something that would at least the back of it. I realize you have 2 parking spaces, so you don't want to lose any on the side, but you could have a bed of something and then put some privet back there would minimize the cement look, the monotone.
Totally agree. And if it were like that, I don't even think you'd need to parge it because you wouldn't see the wall at all.
Well, you'd see it on the sides.
Well, yeah, right. But what Abby just described is along the back. So Linda, I think that we're going to need to see a few things from you.
Yeah.
One is if we could have a site plan that has the dimensions of this, because when we start talking about a planting bed and so forth, I know that there's certain town regulations about legal size parking spaces. And if we're cutting into this by a foot, are we turning it into an illegal parking space?
Well, look at the aerial that you just pulled up here.
Yeah.
The roadway, you can see where the lot line is.
Yes.
It's a 40-foot right of way. It's only
Yes.
cut to about 18 feet. So a
Yes.
substantial portion of that driveway is not on his property. So if we push that van forward, it could be over the property line and then he would be illegal as to parking requirement on the site.
Listen.
So I gotta
you're
look
repeating
at
what I
the
just
site
said.
plan.
What I want to see and what John has requested, and I think it's a reasonable request, is let's get some dimensions on the site plan to show how big the parking spaces are. Then we'll be able to tell how much of a planting bed, if any, we can have on that. And so you've heard the concern. The concerns are fairly obvious.
Yep.
Concrete apron, what are the options there, if any? The wall, obviously, the fencing on top of the wall, obviously, those are the issues. And so I think we'll leave it to you to get us with some additional information on this application to be able to constructively move forward.
Here's a question for you guys, because I think maybe Val mentioned it about running the picket fence across the front.
Across the front yard. Yeah.
He built this fence himself. So, I mean, it's going to be a big stretch, but if he ran it, instead of just finessing it where it is, would it going across the front where you can see where his property line is right there where those things are?
Yeah.
If he went straight across the front and had a small return, would that make a difference?
For me, it would, because Val's point is basically this fence is sort of all isolated there around the parking area. It couldn't be more obvious why it's there. To have it integrated with a larger expansive fence, I think is a good idea. So I know that Val shares that opinion. I do. Who else shares it, I can't tell.
Here's another question for this one.
Yeah.
If, because that wall on the left of that van is fairly low,
Yeah.
it does go up towards the back wall, but it's fairly low. If that piece of fence disappeared, would that lessen the impact of this if it's just across the back and down the side where the stairs are?
Absolutely.
Take this left wall off?
Absolutely. In fact, he could take that length of fence and just move it to the front yard.
Yep.
Then he's got the front yard fence without having to build a new one, and he's gotten rid of the thing around the parking area, which is also good. So
Okay.
I think those are all positive things. So we should just take another look at this when we have a little bit more information. Now, John,
Yes, sir.
I believe that you made a motion to hold for revisions that included some dimensions. Did you not?
Yes,
You did. Yeah.
I made the motion. to-
They have to have an as-built anyway.
Yeah, somewhere, but he hasn't gotten really closed out anything because this has held it all, the sign off.
It's as simple as taking the site plan and just scrolling, 20 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet on
Yeah.
it.
I know it's about 22 feet, but I have to figure out the depth
Right.
from the
Okay.
property line. But you can see the
Okay.
drain, see where the dog is? That's why
Yeah.
you put the dog there.
Yeah. Oh, that's the drain.
So
Right.
if you put Belgian block or brick here, it would be up and floating down the street half the time.
I understand some of what we're discussing here is impractical or whatever, or too
Okay.
costly. So we get that. Okay, so here's John's motion is to hold for revisions with some additional information. I'm going to poll the board on this. Diane, where are you on this? On John's motion? Do we have Diane? Oh, no, she's muted. Okay, so I'm going to go to Abby.
I'm in favor of holding for more information.
Thank you. Val?
Same. Aye.
John?
Aye.
Great. Diane, you're still muted. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. Oh,
Yeah.
there you are. Okay. So are
I'm
you in?
sorry.
No, that's okay.
This stupid thing is a mess. I'm doing as
Well,
best I can.
No, you're doing fine. You're back on. So we're polling the board, and we just want to know if you're in favor of John's motion to hold for more information.
I
and-
definitely am for his motion. We need to have more information about the water flow and stuff on Hussey Farm.
Well, and just some proposals about how to mitigate this
Right.
thing.
Chairman,
So, yeah.
In your view list, Diane, in the view packet that you probably got on this thing, or you should get it for the next meeting, take a look at the topo. There are 2 topos in there which show that it drops a good 10 to 12 feet from Hummock Pond Road, and it drops another 8 or 10 feet coming down towards it. So this is at the very lowest section of Hussey Farm from both directions, coming straight at him. So you can see way up here, you can't see it up here on this map, but the other one you can. North here, it drops all the way down to him 10 or 12 feet, and going up the other side, it drops back down.
Linda. Don't worry about it. We have the topo. I wanted to know if Diane was in favor of John's motion for more information. I believe she is.
Mhm.
Yes.
You're in, Diane?
Can I
Yes,
make
yes.
a comment before we close out?
yes, Mr. Chairman, I thought the same thing.
Val, hang on a second because John has a question. Yes, John.
Now, what you see in these pictures, there's the cement walls, retaining walls, and all the woodwork. Has that all had been approved?
No,
Why
No.
is it?
but that's what they're applying for. And that's what we're trying to get to be less offensive looking than it is right now. So your motion, which I'm going to now ask if you're in favor of your motion, I'm hoping that you are, is to hold this application to get more information and some revisions. So are you in favor of your motion, John? Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still thinking for a minute. Give me a second.
okay. But also, Val, you had a question. I'm sorry.
Well, I do believe we've looked at this before. So maybe a fence had been approved. It's too bad it's not more rural, like a split rail or something. But I just wanted to ask, doesn't the DPW have to come and sign off on driveways, so maybe they have some suggestions about.
No, they don't. Only if it's, the DPW gets involved, if it's a second curb cut, not your primary curb cut.
But you have to apply for a driveway permit when you get a building permit.
Yeah, that went on like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, I don't want to get too complicated and too in the woods here. But Val, you're basically saying that Linda should do her due diligence in terms of having the DPW involved in this. Is that
Well,
correct?
I don't know. I always was under the impression they had to come and sign off at the end, but maybe that's not the case.
I don't know what the answer
So,
to that is.
Mr. Chairman, just if I may,
Yes.
the DPW, you put an application in advance and pretty much include your plan, your HCC approval often, and then they move on from there. So
Yeah.
they don't actually get into materials, Val, just so you
Okay.
know.
All
Just as
right.
long as you have an apron.
Thanks, Stephen. All right, now listen, we're right in the we're in the middle of a vote here, and the only person that's left to vote on this is me. So I'm going to vote in favor of John's motion to hold for revisions and further information, which means that the motion, John's motion, carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. And now, yes, John. John?
Never said a word. I'm sitting here watching you.
Oh, you didn't say anything?
No, I didn't call you. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just asked me something. But now, John, we're on to item number 5 under old business. And the
Great.
master of ceremonies in this case is Stephen Welch. So Stephen, I'm turning the mic over to you. So you're going to have to chair this and also work the screen. So good luck.
Sheer
Good.
joy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, so just bear with me, guys. I want to take a quick look. I've got a few different things. I'm not on my 3-screen computer. So just to establish initially, our board for this is myself as acting chair, John McLaughlin, Val Oliver, and Jesse Dutra. Jesse is not here currently, can't be with us this evening. So it's a 3-member board. This is for the new dwelling, the cabana, and the pool. Before I go forward, I want to check with Kathy to see if the applicant's agent's been entered. And if he has, I want to ask him if he wants to proceed without the 4 members and down to 3. Matt, are you with us?
Yep, I am, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Matt, how are you? Welcome to the HTC.
Good to see everyone.
Did you catch that?
I did. Yeah, so Jesse's not here, so I'm a 3-person board.
I want to check with Kathy to see if the
How you
So
doing?
you're welcome to proceed, but you would be down to 3 members versus 4. A full board obviously is 5. If we don't
Do
open
you mind
this,
if I just ask my client real quick?
pardon me?
Do you mind if I
No,
just
go ahead.
ask your client real
Yeah.
quick?
My elevator music is on mute. Sorry, guys and gals.
Dun, 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 dun,
Right,
dun,
the hell.
dun.
I guess. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna proceed.
Okay, sounds good. So with that, I want to just bring up kind of quickly the last set of minutes.
Down here.
What we're going to do is open the new dwelling.
Okay, all right. Bye.
Hi, Kath.
Hi, finally.
We're going to open the new dwelling and then we will hold the pool and the cabana and then we'll open those together for discussion. So I brought up the minutes from, okay, so this is the pool. Bear with me, Matt.
Do you have any water?
Yeah, they're not even close.
They got stuck. Not so much on mine, but everybody else's.
You're on still, Linda.
All right, you guys, the applications are on the server, not sequentially. So I'm going to stop my share to bring up the new house and then we'll return to the pool in a moment. So I'm going to stop the share and then pick up another one.
Thanks, Stephen. let y'all know I'm muting you if you're making noises.
Okay.
Kathy, you're on echo.
How do I fix that?
Got it
I do
muted.
not know.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we got the new dwelling. Let me download this. Okay. Matt, I just want to share with the group and any other applicants, I appreciate the fact that in the upper left corner, someplace on the sheet, it's very visible what we're looking at. So it makes it a little bit easier. All right, so we're going to go back to the minutes. Has anyone not had an opportunity to review the minutes?
Nope.
Okay, so we're going to just proceed to the house. Matt, what I'd like to ask is if you could walk us through and give me the page as we go, what
Sure.
changes you've made. So we'll start at the site plan and then I'll take your cues. And then I'm going to stop on each sheet just for informational purposes to see if anyone has a question. If they have a question, we'll ask it. We're going to hold our comments until after the presentation by the applicant's agent. Okay, Matt, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are you going to show the drawings or?
You tell me where you want to go first.
We could start with the site plan, which is G 1.1.
Okay.
Cover sheet.
We're there.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I can't see it.
Oh, did I not share it?
No, you're not sharing.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, I have to turn off my poker application. No.
There you go.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just thought it would be helpful just to kind of recap of where we are. So just before the break, I think we were pretty close to an approval on the house. There was some minor changes that the board had requested. I know that there's, I did read the letter of one of the neighbors who's opposed. So I thought it'd be helpful just to kind of reorient everybody in terms of where we are. The highlighted structure is the main dwelling. It's a fairly small footprint given the allowable ground cover. That is the orientation of the house. The intent is that it fronts on Davis. It's set back fairly far from Davis. It is a corner lot, so it does have frontage on Trinity and Davis. We did think it was important to actually have the facade and the street, the primary elevation face on Davis. The other structures on the property, which I'm sure we're going to get to later, on the north, you'll see it's a small zoning shed. To the south, there is a small cabana, and in this area is the pool. You can see that there's actually, in terms of the ground cover to lot area ratio, the amount of buildings is actually, it's fairly minimal. But anyways, just to kind of reorient us. So if we could actually shift to sheet A 2.1, where the east and the south elevation are. Thank you. That's great. So the east elevation is what faces on Davis. Pretty straightforward, gable forward, story and a half structure, 2/2s. A lot of these details we've kind of gone over. So a couple of comments at the last meeting were a request to actually reduce the size of the center French doors on the second floor, which we had done. I think we were also requested to actually reduce the depth of that second floor deck, which is done. You'll probably see it more clearly on drawing 2 on A 2.1. Shifting down to south elevation, drawing 2, we've actually reduced, you actually requested that we widen the doors on the first floor. I think some of the feedback was that they were a little too narrow and skinny. And so we've actually widened those. And I think that was a great suggestion because I do feel a bit more appropriately proportioned. Same thing on the second floor. We widened them in that case by 4 inches as opposed to 6. Traditionally, I prefer to actually reduce the width and the scale of the fenestration as it increases in story. Also on that elevation, there was a request to reduce the depth of the deck, second floor deck, by 6 inches, which we've done. Conversely, if you reference the front deck on the east, you can see how that's been pushed in per the request. If we could, Mr. Chair, slide down to the next sheet, which is A2.2. The only other change that the board had requested was the kind of on the rear tail, if you will. We had a somewhat awkward fenestration arrangement on that second dormer, where if you look at the previous, if you slide down on that sheet, you'll see the previous HDC submission, and we had those double 2/2 windows, and we had 2 flanking smaller 4 lights, and given the bathroom layout, it worked, but the board felt that it was kind of strange, which we agreed with. Even when we're designing it, we're like, it looks a little weird. So we've omitted those per the request of the board. Those are all the changes, Mr. Chair. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Val, do you have any questions on the elevations or the application before we
Yes,
get to
I do.
Okay.
And thank you, Matt, for some of the changes you made. I have the minutes in front of me, and I see that a lot of my comments were not addressed. So you haven't really answered all of our concerns. For instance, one of my main concerns was that the porches were so ginormous with regard to the structure. The structure is this long lineal form, but the porches are just mammoth, 12 feet wide. The second floor decks are 10 feet and 16 or 14. That was one concern I had. Another was the overabundance of ganged windows, primarily on the south. And yeah, I guess primarily on the south. If every single thing on that side is ganged together. And then lastly, another concern I had was with regard to the length, especially on the north. I think we had asked to break that into 2 masses. That is one long wall. It's mitigated quite well by some porches. But the fact is it's one long wall, and I think it needs to be broken somewhere. And I guess it would probably be where the porch ends. And then one other concern I had that I did mention was that the dormers are all so wide and the windows are floating in them, that the dormers should be narrowed. That's a common thing we ask with dormers, not to have all this extra space. So either the windows need to be somewhat bigger or the dormers need to be narrowed. And I think that was the bulk of my concerns. So I do think that you're not quite there yet, but let's hear what everyone else says.
John, were you prepared? Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes.
Comments?
I have some questions.
Questions? Good.
It says, I see nothing on this that shows the dimensions or the length of the structure from one end to the other. I cannot see a description of the height.
Yeah, I think it's 62.6 is the length, John.
There's one there. If you can't read it, it's so small.
If you zoom in, you can, the resolution on the PDFs are pretty good.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Right.
If you zoom in on the image, you can actually get the dimensions there. It's small on my printouts as well.
Even a magnifying glass can't get it. Let me see.
Me too. My eyes are going. But are you trying to get the height or the length, John?
Okay, yeah, it's hidden, yeah, 2811, okay, yeah. The back wall, I guess the rear of the structure, the side wall, has got, how many lights do they have there? How many, yeah, right?
Excuse me, John, which elevation?
North
John?
elevation,
The north?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Was that a question for me, John? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I didn't ask the question, I wanted to see the north elevation and the length, the meeting rails and everything, you know. On the north elevation, start from the left side and go to the right. And there's a post there and there's a small four light window. There's two of them. And there's on the proposed north elevation, yeah. And the ones upstairs above it, are they fixed windows, Matthew?
I believe they are, John. But if not, we can, yeah, they are. No, sorry, the E-type is, so the smaller ones on the second floor are casements. So they are not fixed. They're smaller four lights and the gable ends are fixed. But we do have them listed as casement.
Okay, now go to upstairs, all the way to the right, the last comma. What are those red marks there? I can't read what it says.
Yeah, so John, we previously had two smaller four light windows flanking the dormer. If you look at the previously proposed north elevation below, you'll see that there were two windows there that we have removed.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, John.
John, are any additional comments? Is that it?
Not yet, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So Matt, I think just to close this out, I do agree with the comments that have been made. Val's comments about the deck space, the widths, the lengths. I think primarily it's the depths. So just to be clear, from the house to the porch edge, as you are perpendicular from the house, as opposed to, these types of porches, these wraparound porches are very commonplace. So I think that that's what Val was saying, and that would be my comment also. The space is dramatic as a overall measure. The depth of the porches are dramatically larger than the depth of the house. So that's a concern. And then I'm just looking at I think we were talking about this before. So this would be your north elevation at the top of the page. This porch does flush up. So I'm going to jump down, not to make anybody dizzy here, but I think picking up just on the north elevation, I think a slight jog here at the porch would help make that more appropriate with respect to the overall length and the sense of mass. And then I think what we were talking about was perhaps where your roof masses create a sense of a jog and a sense of a hierarchy, this wall being flush does not. And I know that was a comment I made before. So I'm not sure how you're going to articulate that, if it's a jog or something else. But I think that there needs to be a sense of a primary and a secondary mass, or more of a sense of a primary and a secondary mass. And it can't be that the porches are oversized. I don't think that would be appropriate. Any questions for us, Matt?
Well, just a couple of comments. I mean, the depth of the porches, I do think is in scale. I would agree with it. They are deep, but I wouldn't say that they're disproportionate. But we can certainly look at reducing, the depth of them. The idea behind it was to provide some sense of weight to the house, if you will. The east elevation in particular, the depth and the size of them is a direct relation, the direct result of the primary massing schematic. We just felt that the balance was really critical here, and so we just didn't want the the wraparound porch to look too diminutive. And so we did think about it, and there is a rationale behind it. I personally don't think that they're oversized, but I take those comments and we'll see if we can't make some edits there. As far as the break is concerned, in the on the north elevation, we did look at that, and the one thought that we came back with was, if we made a jog, because there's a roof break and there's the porch break, that the actually wall plane jog might get lost a bit. But anyway, just to let you know, we did consider that. So I think I have enough to go back to talk with our client about. So appreciate the comments.
Okay, thank you. So can I get a motion to hold for revisions?
Motion to hold for revisions.
John, are you in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And myself. All right, so I'm going to do a stop share and bring up the pool. Or at least that's the plan.
Stephen, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I can screen share now.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So did you want to look at the cabana?
By all means, I'd like to pull up the pool. I believe that the cabana is reflected on that. And then we can we'll discuss them both at the same time.
Okay. So cabana. So the cabana, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, the pool.
Okay. Okay, so that's the wrong one.
Kathy, I've got it. I can pull it up.
Oh,
You don't have it.
do you see it?
Yeah, I have it. I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay. So you don't see my screen share? Okay.
I didn't see it. Did you have it?
Yeah, it
Oh.
said it was screen sharing, so that was.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure that
I
you're.
bogarted your screen share.
No, I just want to make sure you guys can see it.
I didn't see it. I saw your file folder list, but maybe I was just.
Right. Yeah. Here we go. Is that better? I don't know why it's.
Hasn't come up yet.
No.
Huh, it says you were screen sharing.
Yeah, it's not. It's showing your
Okay.
file folder list. Okay, so just for the sake of the moving things along, I'm gonna go ahead and, is it okay to?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that.
That's fine. Okay, so we're back to the pool. And again, the board is myself, acting chair, Val Oliver, and John McLaughlin. Matt, do you want to please walk us through? Bear with me. I don't know.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just also remind the commission that there are some letters in opposition that are in the
Yes.
file.
And
they
the
should be
name,
read
they're
in-
here on the screen.
Yes. I believe we do have. So
Holly, do you,
at your
do you have,
leisure.
I don't I have one of those in the queue in the online, but I don't have, I'm sorry, how many are there? 3, I believe.
3.
Do you have copies? And if so, could you paraphrase the substantive points? Because I do not have them.
Yes, I can.
They were largely similar, but I think for the record, we should establish, and then obviously they'll be in the file pack.
Hey,
So they-
Holly. Holly,
Yes, sir.
this is Ray. I actually printed out 2 of these letters. I could read at least one of them if you want.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. This one's from To be clear, not a voting member. I'm just reading this letter and perhaps another one into the record. This letter came to the office is from Matt Arisman. To whom it may concern, I'm writing you as a year-round resident of Cisco for the past 35 years and an abutter to 11 Davis Lane. Although I received no notification of any proposed plans as an abutter, a friend sent me the plans that have been submitted to the HDC. My issues and objections stem from the pool, cabana, bar, pool equipment proposition. I understand that the allowance of a cabana with full utilities while also having a zoning exempt shed is probably more of an issue for the zoning officer, but there are issues surrounding this plan as a whole that should raise red flags that all should take note of. The cabana wet bar bathroom, as well as the pool and pool equipment, are proposed to be pushed up to the setback on Trinity Avenue. In the recent past, it has been paramount in the eyes of the HDC that pool equipment be kept off roads and public ways whenever possible. In this case, there is abundant space in the northwest corner of the lot, away from any roads, where these unattractive, noisy, and tasteless structures and equipment could be placed. The proposition of such equipment to be located where it shows on the plan shows a certain level of fundamental disrespect by the owner and/or architect to anyone wishing to enjoy the natural beauty of Cisco. In my opinion, there is no place at all in Cisco for pools, associated pool equipment, cabanas, etc., and there is nothing about any of it that is consistent with the current landscape and layout of Cisco. If the town is going to allow such ugly bells and whistles and deems them appropriate, I believe there needs to be better efforts made to disguise such blemishes. Moving them off of an abutting roads is just a start and a necessity. It is clear that the details of this proposed plan are not meant to be tasteful, attractive, or appropriate, but simply meant to increase the resale value. Please help protect our beautiful neighborhood from falling victim to such an agenda. It is truly sickening. Thank you for considering my plea, and my family and neighbors appreciate any and all efforts you can make for us. Sincerely, Matt Arisman. There you go. There's also one from Betsy Arisman about the same length, and if you want, I can read that or whatever you guys prefer.
Please do.
Okay, so from Betsy Arisman, to whom it may concern, I'm writing as a concerned resident who's lived in Cisco since around 1981. We all know how much the island has changed in the last 40 years, but it's obvious that many are now taking advantage of zoning loopholes and loosening HDC regulations to add outdoor bathrooms, pool cabanas, outdoor kitchens, and pools themselves to transform Cisco into their idea of suburban USA. Although these lots in Cisco are undersized and don't meet the current zoning requirements, this seems to be becoming standard and is changing the character of the island, with greedy realtors and spec builders licking their chops, looking to maximize profits only to move on and ruin somebody else's neighborhood. I know as a board, you can only control certain aspects of these added structures, but I ask you to please clamp down in areas with undersized lots with no natural screening such as this. My comments to the HEC are, of course, hoping the pool and cabana, outside kitchen and bathroom do not get approved. Short of that, if you feel this fits in the HCC guidelines, then I ask you to please move the location of these added structures into the northwest corner of the lot near their neighbors' similar structures and as far away from the public ways as possible. The neighbor at 12 Westerwick clearly likes these suburban landscapes and will no doubt embrace the new pool next door, but nobody else in our area appreciates the looks and sounds of pools and equipment with associated eye pollution. The location shown on the plan has these structures up to the setback along Trinity Avenue and in plain view of all who pass by. As far as I understand, this is not allowable and has been frowned upon since realtors made pools popular a few years ago. Please take a look at this and remember that you shouldn't approve something that is against your principles simply to help someone maximize their profit on their latest spec house. As we We, as the rest of the neighborhood, are stuck with this mess long after the owner and realtor buddies have moved on to their next conquest. Thank you very much for your consideration. I am available by phone. Sincerely. Oh, it actually said from Betsy Arisman, but it's actually written by Steve Arisman, who is Betsy's husband. That's that for that letter. Okay.
Any others?
Stand by. There
There
is
was a third that I don't have.
Stephen, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So this one is from Betsy Arisman she's emailed it on Monday. She says, "To whom it may concern, I am writing as a concerned resident who has lived in Cisco year round since 1981.
Kathy.
That's exactly
Sorry.
what. Mr.
Yeah.
Chair
Oh,
said.
oh, you know what? Oh, she must have sent it twice.
From Betsy
why.
Arisman's email.
Okay,
but it was
that's why.
actually- Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay, that's embarrassing. Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we've covered the emails. Before before the applicant's agent starts, just mention that, obviously our purview is what's visible and from the public way, and also the sense of place that is created by the built environment. There are zoning and other matters that were brought up that, although I think we're all sensitive to one way or the other, those aren't our purview. So I just ask our commissioners to focus on the relevant matters. With the applicant's agent, please walk us through, beginning with the site plan.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's pretty straightforward. I guess the pool itself, it's pretty well laid out. It's got bluestone coping and some patio area surrounding it. In terms of, just to speak to the neighbors' comments, and certainly sympathetic. I lived, I've been here 20 years and care very much about the built environment. Pools are allowed by zoning right, as are these secondary structures, zoning sheds, and there is a desire for bathrooms that are connected to the pool area itself. So while I am sympathetic, nobody's intention here to do anything that's looking to negatively affect anybody. And I would also submit to you that there are pools in the area, a couple of them. So anyways, the pool itself is pretty straightforward, Mr. Chair. Not a lot of, bells and whistles, set back, kind of adjacent to the house, obviously for obvious reasons. And wanted to keep some, open space towards the north and the west. So I don't really have anything further on the pool, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I do believe we have at least one member of the public and a butter perhaps who'd like to speak. That will be through Kathy. So if there's anyone who is to speak on this matter this evening, please. Kathy, do you have the capability, if they raise their hand, of seeing them, or what's?
No, we have not learned that feature yet. I don't have that on my screen. I just
He is here.
Matt is here.
Unmute themselves.
Yeah, I can unmute them.
Kathy, also there's Mark Norris, who's the
Mark Norris. I see Mark Norris.
And I think Matthew Arisman I can see him.
And Matthew, yes. Okay, so.
Just unmuted himself. So
they're just unmuted themselves.
So what I'd ask is, why don't we start? Let me see here what I've got on my list. I have Mark in sequence first. So Mark, just in terms of the participants. So Mark, if you would just go ahead and speak, state whether you're in favor, opposed, or split. And before you do that, state your name for the record for our minute taker, and then go ahead and proceed.
Hi, my name is Mark Norris. I'm the owner of the property at 11 Davis. We just purchased the property. We would like to have the pool there, just like our neighbors on Westerwick have a pool, and the one across the street on Trinity on that other corner have a pool, and they're approved. We're trying to, build a nicer house. The house that's there, we're moving off the property to someone who needs it. And we knew the owner and She was a lovely lady. We were friends with her, went to church with her, and we bought our house, but we're moving the house to another location, and we're planning on building another house that, you know, is a little newer and has the pool and the cabana in there. So I'd like to just point out too that the house on Westerwick and the one on Trinity, those are both smaller lots. We actually bought an oversized lot. So for the lot size, we have the oversized lot there. So those other pools and cabanas and everything else were approved already and are being built. So that's about all I have to say. Hopefully you'll consider it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Matthew Arisman?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Sorry, thank you all for having me. I'm new to this Zoom thing, so bear with me. As I don't have to restate a bunch of the things that were from my letter. You know, I've lived here my whole life, and I've seen things change a lot in the last few years. As Mark noted, his neighbor at 12 Westerwick does indeed have a pool, and there were north of 20 letters sent to the HDC in opposition of that proposition. So that'll tell you how the neighborhood feels about all this, Mark. And when you say that you have an oversized lot, that's a little misleading. The lot sizes range from about 0.62 acres to about 0.68 or something in that range. So you know, take a look at the layout of the neighborhood, and you'll see that. The neighborhood has no high vegetation whatsoever. And the new owner came in and cleared right up to the road, what appears to be the road, where there's about 10 feet of that are not actually his property. So he took a buffer of natural vegetation and got rid of it just like that, which I actually had to go out and stop the excavator and say, hey, that's not your property. So he did. So we have about a 30-foot stretch of natural vegetation along Trinity on the west side. The thing that caught my eye the most about this cabana is when you look at this plan, it looks like a tiny little cabana. When you look at the actual floor plan in detail, it stretches out and has an outside shower on the south side, along with all of the pool equipment pushed right up against Trinity Ave. That's not shown in this picture. On the other side, there's a bar with bar stools. There's a bathroom. I'm not sure. Again, like I said in my letter, I think a lot of this is probably a better question for the zoning officer, but I don't know how you're allowed to have a zoning exempt shed and then another structure with full utilities and plumbing. I also don't know what that does with your septic and the bedroom count and all that. I think it probably gets pretty sticky, but we'll have to look into that too. The bottom line is there's plenty of room off the road for this pool and cabana, and there's no reason that it has to be pushed up on Trinity Ave. There's absolutely no reason. I can see maybe if his septic tank was over in that northwest corner, you'd say, okay, maybe. But there's absolutely no reason it has to be pushed up onto that road, which in the past, as I put in my letter, was paramount. And if many of you guys will remember the situation at 25 Westerwick Way from only a couple years ago, it was an ongoing saga. They wanted to have their pool right on Marion Ave, and it was shot down immediately. And they actually, the HDC approved it in one corner of their lot, and it happened to be where their septic tank was, and they elected to move the septic tank and put the pool there. So in the past, the HDC has stood up without even letters written in opposition to having pools, pool equipment, cabanas, which are ridiculous anyway. This is Cisco, it's not Cabo, guys. All right. This is not the Hamptons. This is Cisco. And it's changing with every project like this. And we have neighbors here that live here year round and have for a long, long time. Nobody wants to look at stuff like this that is simply meant to appeal to the highest bidder, not to the neighbors and surrounding neighborhood. So that really needs to be thought through, because each one of these new projects that's happening to then resell is ruining the crown jewel of Nantucket, which is Cisco.
Thank you, Matt. Clearly, it's an issue near and dear to your heart, and understood. What I'd like to do at this point is, John, actually, Val, why don't I ask if you've got any questions or comments? Before we do that, Matt, I do want to point out, and I'm concerned about it just as a member of the commission who sat on this, I believe we had asked for a landscape plan for the pool because one of our concerns was, and historically has been, the screening that would be utilized. And then from that, we try to make a determination whether the screening is appropriate for the location proposed, or if the proposed location needs to change. And in the application information I have, I may be wrong, but I do not see a landscape plan. So could you speak to that before Val picks up, please?
Sure. Now that you say that, I do recall this again. This was reviewed just before we broke there. So let me check on that because I know we did, work on that, but I don't know if it's actually included as part of your materials. So and just to that point, I mean, clearly, I don't think that anybody, in terms of like a screening and vegetation, visibility, we're trying to minimize it as much as possible. So, but I can check on that and get back to you as quick as I can, Mr. Chair. But I don't just looking at your materials, I don't think you have it.
Okay, I do think that will be a hinge point moving forward. Val, if you'd please proceed if you're ready.
Okay, well, to be consistent, you know how I feel about pools in Cisco. I don't think they belong there. I've said that for every pool that's been installed. And in fact, the one on the corner of Westerwick was my customer and I voted not to approve it. We went through a huge process with the pool next door. And it was very, very, very clear that the pool had to be screened so we did not see it. And not only screened, not with privet as proposed here, because that is, that is a formal application, a very lineal hedge all the way around, which doesn't belong in Cisco. It needs to be natural vegetation. And I do think, I think it was Elizabeth O'Rourke, ended up doing a screening plan for the pool that's there. And it's effective because she used a lot of natural vegetation. Things were not delineated as they are in this particular application. And I think that's important. I do think that there's space to perhaps move it north away from the road. And more than the pool, I think the cabana, but I know that's the next application, really needs to move. These open structures that are just a ginormous roof with pillars. The one next door is a perfect example of exactly what I don't think we want to see there. It's now enclosed all the way around with a fence. And it's this huge, it's a huge structure in the middle of the lot because I don't think they've done the house they're supposed to do yet. So I think that that could be rethought. It should be as minimal as possible. And it would be nice if the shed and the cabana combined into one structure and not as big as it is, if it has to be there at all.
Okay, thank you. Val, I just want to get a clarification. When you say that to paraphrase, you're not in favor of the pools in Cisco, you're speaking about an inconsistency and incongruence between the sense of place and the built environment. You're saying.
Yeah, and I think I spoke to that when the very first pool came in. Cisco has this character, and part of our charge is to try and keep the character of the area. So a new house goes up, so what? But along with pools comes a whole lot of other stuff, and so fundamentally it's changing the character out there. It's becoming more formal. It's a beach area. People used to go out there to have a fun summer and just hang out and go to the beach. God forbid we go to the beach anymore. I just think if they're going to be there, they need to be handled sensitively to what's in the area. They need to be screened with natural vegetation and away from the public vista.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. John, Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, sure. All set, okay. since, we'll say 1980, I want to give a little history too, because it's important for the future. The letters are written, they're nice, it's your opinions, your people are looking out for the neighborhood, but you got to realize you have laws here that we have to go by. And since 1980, for the last 22, 23 years, there's been a movement in Nantucket. It's been a good place to live and have stuff. And then in came the trophy houses. Go out of town and down a dirt road, see where they are up in the hills, you know, all along through Popus Road, towards the water. It's all this modernization and stuff, these trophy houses and what do you call them? Play toys they have, you know. The in the history there of I get it right now. The Irishman letter hit it right on the head, the nail. And it says it in there since 1960 when they came here. And they watched it go as well as I did, and a lot of us that live here now. And it's a shame because I hopped for years now about, you know, about the old historic district area. A lot of stuff been shoved by in there by the commission members over the years, last 20 odd years. They passed a lot of new modern stuff. Well, we gotta have it, we gotta have it. Sure, look at an old Nantucket house. How many can you find that had solar panels years ago? All of these things, these pools. It's a trophy symbol. That's all it is. And I spoke out against a lot of it, and I want people to know that. That's why I'm very consistent. I stay what I believe in, and I appreciate their support. But anyway, to get back to the house here. There's a comment on. Hey, you can see Trinity Avenue, right? And it says Cabana.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But yet that cabana goes down to the proposed pool. Am I correct?
Yep, John, I'm highlighting on the screen the area of the cabana relative to the pool.
Right, I'm saying there's nothing that says that the cabana has any connection with the pool. There's no arrow there for all the other little dots and dashes show what's there.
John, can you see the, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you see the green circle on the screen, the oval?
Yes.
And then so just to bring your focus to the cabana is in the lower right with this additional, with the bar stool area proposed, connected with a hardscape feature of a patio with the pool. If that helps.
Okay, you're right. When the cabana came up, what was your decision on it?
The cabana is up for review next.
Sean, what?
The cabana is up for review next, and we can have discussion about it now if it's related.
Right. But I think that I've watched it go to the devil, the island, architecturally, visually. That's what we judge by visual aspect. And just tucking things behind a hedge. The guy puts a hedge up so you don't see an odd door. But 6 months later, he decides, takes the hedge down, puts a small fence in, there's the door exposed. There's nothing to be in maturity on these applications, on some of them. I'm not going to push it further. No. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So Matt, just the feedback I have, I do agree, sense of place is important, sense of, with respect to context. Along those lines, the privet hedge, which is shown around the perimeter, is really out of context. And I would think that the landscape plan is required to make any type of determination on the pool location. I'd like to see what's proposed. I think you would benefit from pulling this pool back towards the west and the north, and the cabana as well. The topography is relatively flat, and most of the structures are a little bit further from each of the roads. And I'd also mention that I think that the pool, I mean, I'm just looking at the footprint of the main house versus the pool, and the pool itself appears to be a little bit large. So those are my comments. And if you have any questions, I'd take them, and then we're going to move on to the cabana.
No, I think we've got some pretty clear feedback. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, and I'll review with Mark, and we'll go from there.
Okay. May I get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
And a landscape plan?
Yes.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to pull up the cabana.
Stephen,
Yes.
could I make a statement?
Yes, please.
Okay, what I wanted to say was I have sat on most of the houses that have been built out in Cisco and the pools that were added, as the original houses out there in that area didn't have pools. And when they started to go into Cisco itself, one of the things the HDC, which Val brought up, and I am just backing her up, that says that we are also to consider the landscape, the streetscape, and keep the area with new houses coming in to fit in with the old. That's one of the important things that we have. And as the man who owns this house mentioned, there were 3 pools now, all in a circle around each other. That is not fitting in with the neighborhood. That is not fitting in with what Cisco has ever been. And as Mr. Harrison mentioned, there is no protection from growing stuff because it doesn't grow well out there because of the southwest wind, which is salty and comes across. Scrub stuff goes. It's not a place for privet. Sometimes you just can't have everything that you want if to fit in with Nantucket's historic vision, which is what keeps us going. And I think that we should consider the pool considerably, and at the worst, move it over with the other ones. So if you're going to have a circle of pools, have them, but not destroy the land and view of everybody else. Pools are maybe fine other places, but Cisco is too sort of a semi-wild area to have them fit in with our historic background of the area. That's all.
Thank you, Diane. All right, so we're gonna jump right over to the cabana. Just quickly pull up the minutes. Let's see, if anyone has not had a chance to read them, I can read them. I don't think I need to. Okay, great. Here's the site plan. This shows the portion of the cabana that is enclosed structure, I believe, in pink.
Yeah, that's the footprint, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then this shows the footprint portion with the open air enclosure, semi-enclosure. Okay, Matt, if you'd please just walk us through any changes.
Sure. So I think the primary comments were to drop the height of it. So I believe we changed the pitch to lower it, reduced the ridge by 2 foot 2 inches. It was previously the pitch was matched the main house, so it was pretty steep. So we lowered the header by 6 to 8 inches. I believe we changed the pitch, and so that just translated into a reduction in the height. Again, just as a standard, our drawings, when we show ground cover footprint, we show that as hatched, so it doesn't get confusing. It's a drafting standard for us, but I think the drawings themselves demonstrate that this obviously is a covered structure. I would just point out, I mean, I take all of the neighbors' comments in, to heart, and the board itself. With pools, it is a complicated issue. The fact is, pools are allowed by zoning, and so you're going to have people who are going to want them. Whether or not pools should be popular or not, that's a different discussion. It's not something that any of us can really control. As far as the cabana location, what's that?
Mark
Through
can
the,
control that. Sorry.
through the chair, guys, let's have one person speak at a time. Everyone will get their turn. Thank you.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. And so just, I want to also just kind of back up in terms of like the location of these structures. It's clearly not intended to, you know, detract from the neighborhood. A lot of the locations of these structures are purely a reflection of, you know, proximity to living spaces in the main house and the pool. You know, just to get into it, you know, like the outdoor pool bathroom is pretty convenient. So you don't have people walking out of the house. So I agree that it is a new type of structure. You know, I would submit to you that with, you know, the proper landscaping, you know, the primary portion of the structure that you would see, and we intentionally design it this way so that the solid mass, you know, faces on Trinity. And so the intent is that you see essentially a fence and what looks like a kind of a smaller structure. So definitely have everybody's input and understand the issues at hand. And so just want to give a little bit of background in terms of how we arrived at the layout. It's purely a function of you know, how these, you know, elements relate to the living space. So just to cut to it, Mr. Chair, the primary change that we had or made based on the board's comments were to drop the scale of the structure. And so we were able to lower it by 2.5 feet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, just looking through my list here, I have still Mark Norris and Matthew Arisman. If either of you would like to speak, just please unmute yourself and then I'll call upon you. We'll give you a second there. Okay, I don't see anything. If it does change, we can revisit. Val, would you like to comment, and then John?
Sure. Not unlike the one next door, I think it's unnecessary. The big roof just draws attention to it and makes it, it's just unnecessary. I think it's inappropriate and I would vote no.
Okay, thank you, Val. John?
The only thing I can say is the north elevation where it sits. And I haven't got the plot plan now. It's just north elevation.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah. To Mr. McCutcheon, what is that window on the gable end?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, what is it? What type of window is that? Skylight window on the gable end? And is there one on both ends? I can't see the other gable.
It's fixed.
Mr. Chair, it's a fixed. It's a fixed. John, that's a fixed 4-light window, and it is located on both the north and the south elevation, but it is fixed.
Okay, there it is, right there. Yeah, face. Yeah, 4 lights. Thank you.
Okay. So Matt, I appreciate the changes you made. I think that I'm going to just a couple things. I believe that the structure is still too tall. I believe that the door, I don't know the scale of the door. It looks like it's at least maybe 7'6".
Yes.
Okay, so and I understand that you're following up the vocabulary from the new dwelling that we're discussing, which I previously stated some concerns about the size of the doors and the windows. But in any event, I think that you could lose some height here. I think that the structure is not itself objectionable if it were a little bit smaller in terms of the sidewall that's exposed. And I think for me, this is going to hinge on location. I also think I just want to, having said that and closed out my comments on this particular application, the related comment is, and we brought this up in our little work group discussions, we really need to have, for instance, this is just relevant to this and every other one we have. We need to have in each drawing, I would suggest, a 6-foot tall by 1 foot wide square rectangle shown next to each drawing as I'm showing here, so that we have a better sense of scale of what these are especially when we can't be zooming in and out individually necessarily on the fly, looking at each application, and not everyone previews them. So it would save a lot of our time, both individually as commissioners and with respect to the applicant who's in front of us and all the other applicants who are in line, to have a scale gauge like this included next to each drawing so that we would have a sense of reference. And it's going to prejudice some, and it's not going to prejudice others, but it's going to show an accurate representation. And I think it's important. So I go through the great detail of mentioning that, Matt, for future work, but also for revisions, to include in any revisions on this one.
Okay.
Bear with me. I just want to check participants before we move on. Okay, I don't see anyone has signed in to speak on this. Is there a motion? I guess, John, is there a motion to hold for revisions and a scale gauge on the drawings?
I'm just going to do it, yes.
Okay, and then, so Val,
Yeah,
you're on the
I
motion?
would hold for major revisions and to move it to another location.
Okay, so I understand your point. So why don't we just have discussion on the motion? John has motioned to hold for revisions. Your concerns are that they would be major, including a relocation. Mine would be that the scale gauge would be included, the height would be reduced, and the location is subject to resolution of the pool location, which is subject to resolution of the hardscape, the landscape plan. So, Val, are you in favor of the motion for revisions?
Yeah.
Okay, John?
Yes.
And I am also. Thank you for your patience with this one, you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm going to stop the share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now on to new business, and I need to recuse from the first two for the simple reason that I'm a direct abutter at 23 Pine Street. I'm at 24.
Okay.
So Diane, can you chair this for me, please?
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And Kathy, do you have this one up or you want me to pull it?
He's muted.
There we go. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
We can see your screen, but it is not showing us you're in your file selector.
Is it, what about right now?
There's no plan. Did you?
Can you see it now?
No, you're
No.
frozen.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask which of are we doing the hardscaping for 23 Pine first?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pull it up.
Three of those things are to do with hardscaping.
I think one of the third one is comments, Val.
Oh,
There we go.
Actually,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just point of order, you may want to designate who your associate member is going to be on this, since I'm recused.
Okay. What about TJ?
Sure.
Oh,
This is actually an emeritus project. I don't sit on the emeritus projects.
yeah, right.
so I guess I'll be back and just give me a moment. I'll pull up the application.
Thank you.
Did you say you could do it, TJ?
No, ma'am.
No.
Thanks.
So
Thanks, Stephen's gonna-
Stephen has to be the associate on this one.
So then it would be Steve.
right.
So just to be clear, it's going to be Steve. I'm just kidding.
Hey,
So-
hey.
You all see it up there?
I keep thinking it's Sunday every day, so.
No. Here you go.
All right.
Okay. Shall I start,
Matt,
Madam Chair?
Are we ready to begin?
I am. If you're ready, I can start whenever you like.
Okay, let's start with the hardscaping on it.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously it's a pretty tight lot, and because the existing structure, if you recall, we actually picked the structure up and moved it slightly so that it was conforming with all the setbacks. So it did shift slightly, but to some extent we were kind of stuck with the house being placed where it is. So the outdoor living space is really towards the front of the structure. The parking is where it is now. We did get the it looks as if it's a garage, carriage house type structure towards the road. So I think it frames it nicely. Our intent here is to actually have a dense privet hedge, which is identified, hopefully pretty clearly. And then beyond that hedge, we have a type 2, or on the driveway side, we have a type 2 picket fence. And then beyond that threshold, we have 2 patio areas. One is for dining and one is for outdoor, just outdoor space. Again, if you look at the remaining portions of this property, there really is no outdoor living space. And so we have to provide some, and this is the form. We did want to maximize the amount of green area. So our green space calc has a pretty solid ratio. Most of the paving, it is beneficial to have some patio paving. And we also have footsteps that lead you to the front door as well. So we try to be mindful of not, over paving, if you will. There's a lot of greenery. And so hopefully the spaces are kind of broken up in a way where it's not just a sea of paving. That was our intent. We also had, if you recall, when we initially submitted, we had a pergola attached to the structure. And then we just omitted it as part of and we said we would come back with it as part of the landscape plan, which we are showing, which again, compositionally, we think works pretty well with the house. So that is it, Madam Chair. I think I covered everything. We've got the AC unit located on the kind of the northwest portion of the property. Again, it's kind of tucked back behind or to the side of the house. And just try to be as sensitive and mindful as possible about the neighborhood and the immediate context. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On your carriage house, it shows that the door's open, but there's no way to get in there. It is not for cars then, right?
No, I mean, depending on, it could be like bicycles, but yeah, no, a car, a car would be hard pressed to fit in there, depending on what kind of car it is, maybe a smart car. But the intention was there is an existing structure on the property, and it was close to that location. And so it can't fit a car, but it is intended to house bikes and the like.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, is everybody ready to begin?
Can
Abby?
somebody blow it up, like zoom in on it or something? So we
Sure.
can see what the writing says.
There you go. Can't see what it says.
Okay, thank you.
That's closer.
And I can point out.
Abby, are you ready to begin?
I'm taking it all in. Right off, I understand the confinement of the space, that this is what you got. So it's going to be on the front of the house, and just right off, the hardscaping 2 squares of bluestone sort of hit me as not very naturalistic. I know it's practical because the table's not going to wobble, but I'm just wondering if something couldn't relax a little bit around the hardscaping.
Sure.
Softer stones, grass in between, something to, I mean, it's still right on the road. I appreciate the privet, because that's gonna block it. Yeah, it is what it is. This is what you've got. You've got no space. And I think in general, I'm okay with the layout. It's just how you sort of, soften those materials.
Madam Chair, can I just point out one quick thing that I forgot to mention that may or may not be relevant, but if that's okay, just about the fencing, because we have the type 2 picket fence, which is at 36 inches, is around the front of the structure. And then we identified where it transitions to a 5-and-1 towards the back. On the front side, there's a 3-foot fence. So I think visibility is pretty minimal, but certainly, Abby, we can look at like softer stones, maybe integrated, grass as you said. But I actually, as you're speaking, I think I have a couple ideas that could certainly soften it up. I just wanted to point out with the fence.
Thank you. Thank you. Val?
I agree with Abby. Sometimes less is more. It's an awful lot of hardscaping on front of this building, which I was up and down the street today. I don't recall there was something with so much, but my main concern is the pergola. There are no other pergolas on Pine Street that I could find. And it's very shallow. I think it's not really serving a purpose. So to eliminate that would probably be a good idea.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a pergola. All righty. Johnny.
Yes, I'd say that the freestanding pergola is out of character for the neighborhood, and there's no set drawing of it. As you look at the big picture here, I see the front steps there, but where is the pergola design along that wall where the front stairs are?
Right.
Can anybody answer that one?
Question.
We did, in terms of the design of the pergola, there is there's a perspective, I think it's sheet 6 in the PDF, attached PDF. We don't have like a standard elevation, side elevation, but we thought the perspective would be helpful. We had shown an initial set of like renderings that showed the pergola in it. I think it reads pretty well. It kind of breaks up the scale, but we can certainly supplement with traditional side and front views.
Well,
Thank you, Johnny. Are you finished? You got some more?
Well, I'm asking you, is it patio 3 behind that little shed?
I'm sorry, John, could you repeat that question? I didn't hear it.
Where the patio 3 is behind the shed?
Is the patio?
Patio number 3, Matt.
Behind that shed says patio 3.
Okay, yep. What about it?
Yeah, I don't believe that's visible. In your opinion, you think it is?
I don't think, the patio itself is probably not visible,
But I think the other thing ought to take a hike,
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Sure. Matt, I'd ask, because this is the second time it's come up, I'd ask with respect to your rendering in your plans showing overhead, elements that are just overhead without a foundation, if maybe there was a different way you could approach it that actually showed more of it, because here are the posts for the pergolette, if you will. but it doesn't really convey as much of the weight of the actual structure. And that came up with the previous application with the overhead on the cabana. So it's just a comment for you to consider.
Sure.
I think that I agree with the comment on the pergola. I agree with the comment on softening. I think your driveway apron, if you could soften that up with a different type of stone, I think that would be good. You know, maybe like a Goshen with some grass growing in between, especially since it's not going to be bearing the weight of cars. Your fence, your picket fence, what are the colors of your picket fence showing basically from, I got to change that color to red once I can figure out how. I believe this is your picket fence location with the gates.
Correct.
Okay. So what are you're asking for white?
Correct.
And
then the 5-in-1.
Yeah.
What's the color of the trim?
The trim is white as well.
Okay, so just curious how that read. Okay, so those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Matt,
Yes.
on your thing, it shows that the fence changes from the 36 to the 54, and it does that before it even meets the bill. 1, 2, 3, or 2 stones not end up before it gets to the building. I think that okay, do you see what I mean? Yes.
Yeah, I apologize, Madam Chair. The audio dropped out when you were just speaking, so I didn't hear everything that you had just said, but it sounds like you're asking about the transition location from the 36 to the 54.
I just want the fence, the picket fence to go. Yes. I would like that. And on patio too, which is just a sitting patio, I think you could have the stones as Abby suggested, rather than having the what you show as the square bluestone. And
sure.
the patio 3 with the fire pit, I guess, I think that can be a little looser also, because you sit around a fire pit, you're not sitting in a, major thing. I think the patio 1 with the dining room table, I can understand why you need stability, but the other 2 should be more relaxed, I think. And you're talking about the picket fence. Does the picket fence go in front of the building and then up on the north side and change to the 54 also? On the north side, it changes to the 54, but it's hard to tell, at least on my drawing, what is picket fence and what is just red circles.
Sure. So I think because they do make a transition, the idea was that the lower fence, 36-inch Type 2 picket, basically was part of the overall streetscape and composition. But then once you transition to the front 2 corners of the structure, that is where it transitions to. It's actually a 5-in-1. And I think Stephen has indicated on the north side, the northwest side with the green circle, it almost follows, Madam Chair, where the privet, like the thicker privet is shown, where it stops. That's the intention on both the north and the south, where it transitions to the taller fence.
Okay, well, that's good, except I would like to see the fence, as I said, the picket fence go up at least until it meets the corner of the house.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Down on the south side. Thank you. Does anybody now would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, if I may ask Matt a question through you.
Sure.
So I did take a look at this since it's in the Old Historic District. I've looked at it before, understand the pergola intention now. My question was on the it almost seems as if there's proposed a second curb cut with having that brick right in front of the shed slash garage. I'm as a planner, I'm kind of concerned on that. Obviously, it's not going to be used for a garage, so it's not necessarily a car curb cut, but it is a curb cut essentially. Was that pre-existing? I don't remember that.
No, well, so the intention is, yeah, to not have a second curb cut. You'll notice that you can kind of see the actual curb. We did show the curb intentionally because that is the existing location of it. So even though, so there is no break in the curb in front of the carriage house, but we did want to, just to make it a little bit more convincing, to show an alteration in the paving materials. But it does not actually break the curb. So there is no curb cut. That existing granite curb just runs along it. We don't anticipate any cars, coming in and out of there. Again, it's primarily for bikes. And we just thought it would be just more convincing if the material changed as an apron in front of it. But again, we did not intend to do any curb break other than what's there now.
Okay, I would definitely recommend what the commission has said about having it more softer with grass in the middle. So it's less of a curb look.
Sure.
Thank you.
Especially those stairs going up, because you will see the stairs from the street.
Right, perhaps
I mean, not
motion to
stairs,
hold-
walkway, sorry.
Maybe a motion for holding for revisions would be good right at the moment.
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right.
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I try to do the screen share again? We think we might have figured it out. Is that okay, Stephen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You just wiped out my whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Let's see, where am I? Go to my PC.
By the way, while you're pulling that up, Kathy, if I may through you, Mr. Chairman, if you're watching on YouTube, I just happened to notice to see what the lag time was. When I'm pulling up the screen and sharing, I'm actually working on things in the background. And it's funny because the little mouse just kind of drags around and it looks like ants on the screen.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody watches it, but.
Good to know, Steve.
It's all about sharing these important aspects.
There is a lag. When you're invited into the Zoom meeting, and if you have the YouTube on, there is that echo. It's pretty crazy.
Can you all see it now? No.
I can see someone's screen.
What's happening?
No, I've got the.
Okay, sorry, Stephen, back to you.
Just your list.
Yeah.
Why it's not? Okay.
Now I have to do it over.
Okay, one moment.
Okay. Are we all together?
Wow.
Everybody got the right things?
I will have it up in a moment.
Thank you, Stephen.
Are we holding for
Throw it in the
revisions?
oven for-
Well, we didn't read the staff comments either
On which?
on the hardscaping, did we?
I mentioned it.
Yeah,
in my comment.
Polly said she wanted it
Yeah.
softer.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that. So now we have to go on to the second one.
Well,
Which-
Diane, sorry, Madam Chair?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
that a roll call vote on that motion was not taken yet.
no, I
Correct.
forgot the roll call.
Okay. it's
So we'll
fine.
do that right now.
And
So we have a motion on the floor to hold for revisions. So do I have to do a roll call when we're holding for revisions, or can we do it as a group?
I
roll
think
call.
it's probably wise to do a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Abby,
Aye,
how do you vote on the?
vote for
All right,
revision.
Valerie?
Aye.
Yes, hold for revision.
Yeah.
Aye. Stephen,
Lasagna.
I'd like it.
Johnny,
Aye. Aye.
and I am also in favor of holding for revisions. Thank you.
Steve, we have the wrong
So
application.
now we go on.
I thought we were on 30 Main.
No, not
Nope.
yet. There's one more,
There's another
23
one,
Pine.
23
I
Pine.
apologize.
That's okay.
You guys, you got to keep track of me better than this.
I want to know how come you can do this? What's the
He's
secret?
so smart.
It's stuff you just got to learn. I just always had to figure it out myself. So it's just carrying on the tradition. So this will
It
be,
changes by the 15 minutes. Mine does. All right.
bear with me. I'm just downloading these. Next time I'll download them in advance.
Holly,
Hopefully I'll be able to do it next time.
Okay, so that's,
you see Holly? Is Holly there?
I'm here.
Yeah, Holly, looking at the picture, it's nice.
Oh, you like that?
But that's the train in 1882 when they moved it out of here and took it to Europe. That's the day. I think it's the old Dionis. It's public information.
1882.
Thank you.
You riding on it, John?
I made the track.
No, to 1917, I think it was, right? World War I.
That's right, before, wait, get it.
Okay, let's move it.
I'm working it. I'm lasagna depraved, so it's taking me a couple extra swipes here.
A lot of sauce.
There we go.
And Madam Chair, if I may just mention that I do have staff comments for you all to consider.
Y'all can see that, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Who's
can,
running this show?
Hi, Stephen.
who's, I can start.
I gotta admit Diane again. I don't know what happened. She got kicked out.
Yeah, she's actually chairing this one.
Yes.
Oh.
Need our chair.
Matt, you
Yes.
should probably just start into it.
Yeah. Okay. I think she can, I think it looks like she's on. Okay, so this is an application for two changes. One
Hello,
is, hi Diane.
I'm here. Kat, something knocked me out and I'm back again, okay?
We gotcha.
All right.
So
So
we're-
we're doing the
Uh,
other part of Pine Street.
Yep. So if it's okay, I'll kind of just jump right into it.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So basically, this is an application for two changes, fenestration changes and a roof change. The fenestration changes, the previous HDC approval, we had this secondary additive mass with essentially a pretty flat roof. It had a combination of 4 lights and 1/1s. And we are proposing to change the 1/1s to 2/2s. It's kind of a smaller detail. They went back and forth, and I think that when they put the order in, they thought the 2/2s were better, and the glass size was pretty close to the existing. So that's number one. Number two is the adjacent roof of that mass was essentially a flat roof. You can look at the previously approved east elevation. The roof material is a red cedar roof. As such, and this all transpired just as the shutdown happened and the restart. The shallow pitched roof like that was not going to work with the red cedar roof. So they elected to, change the pitch so that it was something north of a 4. The primary roof pitch on the structure is a 6. And so they elected to change the roof pitch so that it would support the red cedar roof. Now this all did happen. So this is framed. So I just wanted to point that out. It again happened during the shutdown, and weren't really able to get into HDC in time. So those are the changes, and available for any questions or comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. So, Johnny, what have you got to say?
I'm looking at the east elevation, and that is described there as a 6-inch pitch on the east and west. Am I correct?
Yes, John.
It's existing.
Does that have anything to do with this application?
Only as it relates to the secondary additive mass. Well, the intent was to match it.
The right 6-inch pitch on the right is existing. The one on the left is going to change.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey,
yes, thank you,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just to, I don't know whether you were, this is a point of order, I guess. I don't know whether you were actually on. I think you got disconnected, but Holly did mention that she had some comments, comments from the staff on this one.
Okay.
Sorry.
I get the commissioners, and then you, then Holly, is that okay with you?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. So we did John. So Abby, what did you think?
Well, I kind of missed the shallow pitch of that sunroom there, or whatever that is, on the second floor. I wonder, now I might have missed something. Matt, did you say that you went ahead and this exists now, this east proposed elevation, or can we comment and change that?
It is in place.
Okay, so that makes it easier.
Construction.
I didn't quite understand why, okay, well, if it's existing, then so this is a as-built, I guess.
Technically,
correct?
Yeah, technically it would be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so I guess there's nothing to say. I mean, if that's, well, I guess it's a trade-off. We're going to get real wood roof shingles, I guess, rather than asphalt, which.
In other instances where there's such a flat pitched roof where we had the red cedar, we've gone with like either rubber or copper, which has been problematic. So again, I would also attribute the fact that they, did it. They were mid-construction just as the shutdown happened, and
yeah, I understand. It's just that it goes up. It looks like it goes up like a couple of feet. Like, I wish maybe it hadn't gone up quite so high. You still would have been able to use wood shingles, but
yep.
I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane.
All right. Val, what about you?
I'm essentially okay with it. I just have a question. Is it set back at all from the main roof mass, or is
Yeah.
that flush?
It is set. Actually, the roof plane is set back. The wall itself is flush. I know that sounds a little weird, but because the plate height so we maintain the same plate height. So the plate height drops. So the wall plane on the east elevation is flush. We did add a corner board, but the roof itself is actually set back just by nature of the plate being lower.
Okay. I think it's okay.
Okay, and Steve.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with the other comments. I actually think the south elevation is an improvement. It was a little confusing with that shallow roof, but no concerns.
All right, thank you. Holly,
Thank you, Madam Chair. My biggest concern was the fact that it changed the character of the building. So of course, with it being already done, that's up to you all how you want to handle it. But I think the feeling of the original structure that was built in the 50s is kind of gone with that change. That's it.
all righty. So do I have somebody who would like to propose a motion?
Yeah, I will. Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Johnny, we have a motion to approve as submitted. What do you vote?
I vote yes.
Yes. Abby, we have a motion.
Aye.
Aye, that's two. Val, we have a motion.
Yeah, I made the motion and I'm an aye.
Alrighty. Stephen,
I'm an aye.
aye. So that is a unanimous.
Unanimous.
Thank
You
you.
had-
and, appreciate your time and your efforts during this strange time. And have a great evening.
You too.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
So,
Thanks for coming. All right, the next one is over to Ray.
Yes, now we're on to item 3, which is the Union Lodge down on Main Street. Do we have Linda in the queue for this one?
Well, actually, number 3 is 28 Eel Point Road.
Not according to my agenda, but
Yeah, that
Oh,
was removed.
I have Union.
Oh, it was removed? Okay. I
I've
must
got
have an
30
old
Main
one.
Street.
Get with the times, Val.
Yeah.
okay.
I amended the agenda, Val, so.
So is Linda on board? I'm sure she is.
She
Yes, she
is.
is. Hold on.
She has to have her unmute herself.
And while
She's
we're
unmuted.
waiting for Linda, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I received a letter from, he must be the head of the lodge or something like that,
No,
explaining,
he's independent guy.
independent guy.
Yeah,
Here's Linda, she'll explain the whole thing.
Woo.
Uh-oh,
Okay.
somebody's
Turn
phone
your sound off.
Oh, man.
Back going.
I can call in.
No, it's nothing to do with you.
Are you two in the same room?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
why.
Let me move over here.
All right, he's moving. You can see him walking. This is so weird, people.
Yeah.
But Ian Hunter Robertson was an independent guy who's well aware of the interior. I have a million pictures of the interior, but there are too many to put in. There is a substantial mural on that north wall where those windows used to be. And those of you who sat on this before remember that I gave you the full 30-page history of this building that burned down, obviously, in the 1846 fire. And then it was reconstructed as a single-story structure. And then when it was deeded to the Masons by the previous owner in the 1890s, the second floor was put on. And so we've come back, they're putting a new foundation under it. We're putting the doors back in the front. All that's been approved. Where it got into a little bit of a snafu is that we had never applied to put the windows back. They were actually out of the building in the building's life after 1846 to the present. The building actually didn't have the windows longer than it had the windows. And what happened is we asked to take down the chimneys in the back, which were not part of the original structure, and were put in sometime after that because all the shingles and everything was still underneath where they stuck those things when we took them down because they were falling down. And they were put on there strictly for the oil burners when the use of the building became more extensive. So we asked to take them down. It was appropriately voted to take them down. But at the time, I wasn't at that meeting. I was at the previous meeting. At that time, the guys wanted to get going. And in order for us to take them down, you leveraged and asked them to put the windows back on the north and the east side. Since this became the lodge room, their main meeting room, and I don't know how many of you have been up there, I have, they don't go all the way inside. If the windows were put back, and you guys have the addendum, which I believe is one of these pages up towards the front. If the windows were put back, they are going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars to put them back. And they just simply don't have it as a charitable institution. Their meeting room doesn't go all the way to the outside. So the windows would be on false walls, not accessible from the interior of that room because of the use as a Masonic hall. So we have a problem. We'd like not to put them back. We have an addendum in here up farther, I think. Whoever's doing the little thing on the side, keep going up, up. It should be right behind the application page.
What are you looking for, Linda?
Right there. Wait. It should be this piece right below that floor plan. It should be that one. There it is. It sort of gives you the synopsis of the history of the building since 1846 again. Windows were put in over 40 years after the building had been originally reconstructed. They appeared to have remained until the early 60s. And as of 1968, which was the next picture I could find, it clearly shows the windows have been removed and the shingles were weathered. So somewhere after 1960, they were put back in, but long gone by 1968. When we went through all of this work on the building and the engineering and everything else, when the alterations were approved in 2019, again, you allowed the chimneys to be demolished, but then you brought up the windows going back, which weren't part of any plan or any budget or anything else, but they had to get going. Hopefully they were going to be done with a lot of the work that would shut down the sidewalk before the summer, and that wasn't the case because of the stoppage in the construction. So now they have to get back at that building. Obviously, there's no renters on that first floor because of the delay, and they count on maintaining the building with the rent from the first floor. Our position is that either the chimneys were appropriate to be removed on their own, or they were not, and they were allowed to be removed and not replaced since they weren't part of the original building. They shouldn't have been tied to replacing the windows that were never asked for. As the project progressed, they arose a lot of different things happened. There was a problem with the foundation. There was more money. They had to go to the ZBA because of the rear decks and a rear addition where some of the utilities were put in. They had to deal with ascertaining the water table. It goes on and on and on. So this severely impacted the rental and the continuation of the maintenance of this building. They do not want to put those windows back in. In order to do that, they would have to bang through the mural and they would have to have some access to those windows from the inside. And that doesn't work in a Masonic hall, which has no openings to the outside traditionally. So we'd like to, so you've got the window history. If you look down on the right side of the building, we're just flipping the door on the window. Instead of the door on the left, a window on the right, we're just flipping them. In the back of the building, which is the next sheet, I believe, below this one, they were running this all the way across that second floor deck. They don't need to do that now because of the change in the mechanicals. And then because of the setbacks, we've got that stair on the right that's going to the right instead of coming back to the parking lot, which they don't own. So those are the changes to the building.
Thank you, Linda. Hey, Robert.
Ray, could I ask?
Oh, go ahead, Diane.
Linda, the murals that you talked about, do they cover that whole wall?
That whole wall.
And do you have any history on where they came from?
Apparently, according to Ian Hunter Robertson, which was, we hadn't seen this until today ourselves, he says, omitting previously approved windows on the second story, it should be noted that any alteration to the Main Street wall in particular would affect a mural recovered from the Roach building, which was the Pacific Club, which did not burn down at the time of the fire, dating from the Union Lodge's time there, because that's where they used to be bivouacked. between 1846 and 1890. Said mural, before they went into this building, said mural was rediscovered in the 1940s by workers renovating the Pacific Club. They excavated and moved the mural in its entirety to a current location on the north wall of the Main Street side of Union Lodge. Installation of these windows would destroy a more than 170-year-old mural, which is a part of the history of the Freemasonry on this island. While the interior of the building is beyond the purview of the HDC, preservation of this irreplaceable historic artifact should be weighed when considering this decision. And again, any openings to the outside of the Masonic Hall is counter to that building, that room's purpose, if you catch my drift.
Right. Well, my opinion is that the windows should not be replaced, that we have a chance to preserve something interiorly, and they haven't been up as part of the facade of that building for a long time. So I would not call for them, because it's to put something in and play Disneyland with 3 windows of that size that aren't usable is ridiculous to me.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot one more part, Diane, to back part. I'm not used to double-sided. The custom windows, the 5 windows, the 2 on the Union Street side and the 3 on the Main Street side, would cost $250,000.
Linda, you already mentioned about Linda.
I didn't have the exact figure. But
Right,
it's on the back of
but
it.
okay. That's not really germane. I'm not sure that that's necessary right now, but Robert, I see you up on the screen. Are you here to speak in favor of?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, so would you like to
Thank
speak?
you. Yes, and I'm just going to take a moment and share a screen if that's allowed.
Yep.
Okay, so yes, I'm the Worshipful Master of Union Lodge for the current year. We're excited to have done extensive work on this building, a new roof a year ago, a whole new paint job, and now we're just trying to secure the foundation under the building. We're talking about $2 million. We take it seriously. We want to be good stewards of the building, and to ask us in the last HDC meeting to all of a sudden add 5 windows that we didn't go into, even they weren't even on the plan. I don't know how it got that far along, but we're just trying to maintain what's there now, which, you know, it is an exorbitant expense. Share screen. Let me just go to, so
Stephen,
you
I
can
think
see
have
the.
he's gonna have to get out of the screen first. Stephen, if you could do that so he can share. Sorry. Now you can
Is
go
this
ahead,
one
Robert.
coming up? You can see it?
No, not yet.
You can see you.
Okay.
You can see the church.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Do I need to try it again? Let's see. Share screen.
John, while we're waiting on Robert, did you have a question?
I have a comment on this, yes.
So, I
Also,
mean,
John, hold on one second. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Let's just hear what Robert has to say, and I'll get right back to you,
oh,
okay?
I didn't mean to cut in. Thank you.
Okay.
thank you all, and thank you, Ray. So, you know, on this front elevation, the north side, we're not asking to change any of this. You know, this is going to stay the way it's been for a long time. And that door was right here. That was the one change on the plan instead of a window. The other.
That was already.
So, you know, what you see there is really not going to be any different. We do not want to put these back. That's the north side of our lodge room. It's to remain dark, as in the Masonic tradition that's thousands of years old. The north side's always the dark side, so we do not want to add windows that we're not going to use.
I'm going to add one quick thing there, Ray.
Linda, we have a lot of people that want to speak, and I'm seeing that we're running out of time. So, Robert, thank you for that.
Yeah, okay. There's 2 windows here. We don't want either. We want to leave that the way it is.
That side, yeah.
Yep,
So,
okay.
Holly?
Yes, sir.
Work on this one that we want to hear about?
Yes. So, I really, everything that Linda has indicated in the application. Oh, Stephen, can you get out of there for one quick second? Sorry. I do think it's imperative that the commission sees the photograph that was provided to staff today via email. If you just enlighten me for 1 second. Where'd it go? Apologize. There we go. Done. So this is the photograph that was provided to staff.
Oh, man. Wow.
And that is the mural, I believe, in question. That would be in that back window.
That's correct.
Okay. I think this, I assume everybody's seen my comments. I think this, as much as having those windows back would help restore the look of that structure, that is true that they have been gone for quite a long time. And it would be nice to be able to help them preserve this existing mural with history that the town wasn't necessarily privy to. I understand the Masonic tradition, with having family in the Masonic world myself. So I understand of that, of not being known. So I think this is imperative for the commission to understand and see this photograph. In addition, I did not have any concerns for the first floor window door change. I think it doesn't change the character of that side of the structure. So that's my comments.
Holly, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we've heard from Diane. I'd like to hear from Val. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't ever remember windows being there. It would have been nice, but I totally understand and respect what they're trying to do. I just have a question, and it's very random. Where you're flipping the door in the window, is that going to stay brick? It looks red in the picture, or?
There are some weird red lines on these drawings, which we tried to get off before it was.
No, not lines. It's, if you look at the photo that Robert.
The reason for the switch was the elevation. It drops down as you go down Main Street, and to have a door, they'd have to build up a ramp, and it would be a lot easier to ramp in at the higher point, if you follow me.
I don't have a concern with that. It was just, the question was, in the picture you showed us, that one little segment of the building is either brick or it's painted red or something, and is that going to stay? That color
again, because I think there's some superfluous.
I'm not sure which picture is it my picture she's asking about?
The one you showed us that said there's no windows here now, and we wouldn't like them.
Let me go back.
Interfere with what we're doing.
Are you talking about the Union Street side or the Main Street side?
Main Street side.
Main Street side.
Nothing's changing from the previous approval, whatever that was.
No, wrong. There's a door being added. There was that whole flip the door.
The door's already been added. It was already approved, but they're flipping.
Stop talking, everybody. You're not listening. I'm just asking about a material. I don't care about the door and window switching. It's red in the picture. All I wanted to know is it staying red or is everything going to white?
We're not changing any colors.
No.
Whatever is there is what's staying.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't ask for
satisfactory.
Mm-hmm.
Val? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see, Abby.
I'm a little confused on how we got to the 3 windows or the 5 windows. And I think whoever presented this before sort of got us into it wasn't a random decision to do 5 windows. They were there, and I don't know how it was presented to us. So I don't feel comfortable making a vote on this. So I think I'm going to just recuse, have you guys decide what you want to do, because I
think the word you're looking for is abstain.
Yeah, I think I'll abstain, right?
You'll abstain. You don't need to recuse because you don't have any conflict that's preventing.
Okay.
You. Okay. So,
right.
All right. So I appreciate that. Thank you. John?
Yes, I have a comment. Past practice of this commission, if you have filed an application to do something, you have a 3-year window to start the project. If you don't start it, you have to either not do it or come back and get a renewal. I'm just stating that. I have nothing wrong with what's going on. I understand what's going on. And when you want, I'll make a motion.
Go for it. We've heard from everyone. Well, I will just say that I am in favor of leaving it without windows, just the way it is. It's a building that everyone's come to know. There's a reason that those windows aren't there. And so I think that it's appropriate not to put the windows in. So John,
I'll
if you
make a
care to make a motion, I would entertain it.
I'll make a motion to approve the application as submitted.
All right, I'm going to poll the board on that one, John. Diane?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Abby?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I'm fine with it. Aye.
All right, and John, of course, I think you're in favor of your own motion. Great, and chair is in favor. Motion passes 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Okay. All right, that
Thank
was
you.
great. The next one, we need to get a substitute in. So that substitute is going to be TJ because Val is representing item number 4.
Oh, okay. This is very easy,
Okay,
especially if you went and saw where it is. It's the very back of the building. It's a
Yeah.
freestanding, very close to the building, but freestanding enclosed shower. 3.5 by 4.5.
Oh,
6
God.
feet tall.
and there you've got your precedent photo of what it's going to look like,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure you're off.
Okay. Without further ado, I think I'm going to poll the board on this one. Abby?
It's a no-brainer, yes.
Okay, great. TJ?
I vote aye, yes.
Okay, great. Diane?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. And John?
Yes, I'm trying to look at the picture. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So
Motion to approve.
yeah, there we go. All right, so Abby's made a motion to approve. I'm going to poll the board or get a vote on this one. Abby, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay. TJ, are you in favor of Abby's motion?
Yes.
Diane, you in favor?
Yes.
Great. John?
Yes.
Great. And chair's in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Thank
Okay,
you.
number 3.
Thank
All right,
you.
so that was Val's. Now we're on to Richmond Great Point. Do we have Elizabeth on to represent this perchance?
I do not see her in
No, she's here.
the room.
She's on my screen.
She is?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Oh, I'm
no,
looking in the waiting room. Hi.
Okay, so let's see. Where did she go?
Yeah.
Elizabeth, there you are. Okay. Say something, Elizabeth, to see if we got your sound up.
I'm here to represent the rock.
Great. Okay. So you want to go forward? Let us know what you're doing.
So there's 2 rocks there at the entrance. They've been there for a long time. And
Excuse me, Elizabeth. When you say the entrance, what do you mean?
it's the entrance to that development off of Old South Road.
Okay. Yep.
Where they took everything out, split rail. So, so they positioned a couple rocks there. The larger one we'd like to flip over and engrave with the name of the area. It's Sandpiper Place. And we provided you with like Photoshop pictures of what it would look like with some dogwoods and berries.
Okay, I'm a little unclear. Maybe it's just because I'm not seeing all the information.
Yeah,
So
scroll
right,
scroll
go ahead.
down. Yeah, scroll down, or maybe up. I had provided a couple Photoshop pictures of the entrance.
Okay. I think, is
Page
Stephen controlling this? Yeah, Stephen's controlling the screen. So Stephen, if you can hear me, I think we might need to zoom in on those photographs because they're really tiny right now.
I think page 1 and page 2 like had a Photoshop of, yeah, oh, there we go. So here we are. So this is on the left is existing rock.
Thank you.
The right is
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I can do this quietly. They can see.
just to add to the conversation, we did one option with white lettering and one option with black lettering. So
Can we zoom in a little?
Working on it.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Just feedback's important.
While Stephen's working on this, Kathy, would you
Yes.
be able to, this sort of is a sign guideline type application. And of course, we all know that the sign advisory committee ordinarily would be reviewing this and they can't because they're not meeting. So where does this fall within their guidelines?
So if Stephen were to go up to the top of the presentation, there is a copy of the guideline for rock signs on page 4.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's that's right out of the guidebook.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. 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 Well, I guess my view is that it meets the guidelines. Now, we are talking about 2 of these rocks, right?
Yeah, because it's a double entrance, and then there's a piece of landscape in the middle of the 2 ways. It's pretty wide, like at the opening. So if you're coming from the airport,
Right.
I guess you would have to look back to see the one you just passed. So there's 2 rocks there now.
Okay.
But in 24 years, it's my first time that I actually apply for a rock. Like usually you just put them in, and nothing gets said. So this is.
Well, as you just saw, or as you now know, rock signs are included in the sign guidelines and therefore, subject to review like any other sign. So, well, listen, let me just see what my fellow board members have to say about this application. Abby, you want to start it out, or?
Sure, I like the black on the natural.
Okay. So you're basically okay with the proposal?
Yes.
And specifically, you prefer the black over the white lettering? Okay. Thank you. Val?
I agree with Abs.
Okay. Diane? Uh-oh, did we lose Diane?
She's on mute.
Yeah, she's muted.
Oh.
No,
Hey,
she's back.
Diane?
Yeah, no, I think it said I was unmuted by the host. I like the black on the stone.
Okay, great. And how about you, John?
I have one question. Are there
Sure.
two rocks or one rock?
There's 2, John. So let's see, what you're looking at right now is one on one corner. And Stephen, I'm asking a lot of you, I know, but maybe we can see the rockets on the other. There it is. This, John, so this picture, actually you can see them all now. So on the left-hand side of the screen, John, you see the rocks without any landscape around them. One is on one corner, the really big one, and the other one is on the other corner. And what Elizabeth has done on the right-hand side is shown how it will look with the landscape around it, and also what the lettering will look like. So the answer is 2, but on different corners of this street.
Okay, motion to approve.
Oh, okay. Well, fortunately, we covered everyone. I'm obviously in favor of it. So with the black lettering. So I'm going to poll the board. There is a motion on the table to approve this. John, is it okay to add to the motion that it would be the black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Great. John?
Aye.
Great. Chairs in favor, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, next up, we have Chip Webster. I know he's there because I saw him on the screen. 84 Pocomo Road. Regular,
Mr. Chair, would you like to pull 11 South Shore Road first?
what?
Is the small solar that was on consent with?
No,
Oh, right.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask, let's go ahead with this one and I'll cue that one up.
Go ahead with the application is on the agenda.
Yes, please.
Okay, so hey, Chip,
Yes, can you hear me okay?
we can hear you fine now. I just want to bring you up to speed on something. So we're going to review your application at 84 Pocomo now, regular board, okay? But you had something on consent with conditions, a solar array that we felt uncomfortable moving forward with as a consent thing. So we're going to pull that up so that we can have a little discussion about that, okay?
Absolutely, I'm ready.
All right, so let's do 84 Pocomo. Tell us what you're up to.
So this is a guest house at 84 Pocomo. You might remember this is the mid-century modern house that is being restored. You've already approved the guest house. You can see at the top of the page. And this is a request for some fenestration revisions to that structure.
Okay.
I believe that the reason it was not on consent was because of the east elevation. The east elevation, which is probably on the next page, has a trapezoidal window at the top of it. Let's see.
One more.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that was put in because that actually matches what's on the main house. So originally there were the casement windows that you can see that were approved, and this was a request to change it to a trapezoidal configuration, which matches the main house. And then there's some other minor changes on the other elevations, but I believe the east elevation was the one that you want to look at.
So let me think. East is facing towards the harbor?
No, east is facing inland.
Yeah. So, Stephen, again, could we go to the site plan just so we can see where east is?
Fireplace.
Oh, okay. So Chip?
Yeah.
You're looking at what I'm looking at. So you have the sort of driving court there and you've got a car parked.
Yeah.
That's that gable, right? The car is parked in front of that gable.
Correct.
How visible is that going to be from Pocomo Road?
You can't see it at all from Pocomo Road. Maybe if you go to the satellite image, you can kind of see. Okay. So the access to this property is by easement over several other properties. The closest, which is Graham Goldsmith's property. Yeah. So you can't see anything on here until you've driven across several other properties to get into it.
Okay, that's good information to have. Do you have anything else to say on the application, Chip?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to board members. Diane, what do you think?
I think if you can't see it and it doesn't rise above everything, because you can't see it from the harbor or up there. So, and it's keeping with what has been accepted in the main house, that if it's unviewable then, and it's like the main house, then I would probably go along with it.
That sounds reasonable. Thank you, Diane. Let's see.
I'm okay with it.
Oh, Abby says she's okay with it. Val?
Yes, I know the house. I know where it is. I'm fine with this.
Okay. How about you, John?
I find it might possibly be a little visibility there. I find it architecturally inappropriate to have to build it in northern Russia somewhere. Thank you.
Okay. I is the fact, clearly it's not something that we normally approve. The fact that it's on the main house, I think is reason enough to be able to approve it on the cottage, garage, whatever you want to call it. And also it's limited or lack of visibility. So I'm in favor of. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
You guys were, I'm trying to think of which voice I heard first.
Abby.
Abby. Yeah, okay. Abby's made a motion to approve, so I'm going to poll my board. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
John,
Remember Mr. Harrison's letter. I'm opposed.
okay. Thank you. Abby, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, chair in favor. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, so back to Chip's thing that was on consent with conditions. I believe the first person to express concern about this, Chip, was Val. And as we looked at it further, we realized that the solar panels actually face a public way, which is Wero Lane. So is there anything that you can tell us about this?
Yes. So interestingly, these panels, they're solar evacuated tube panels, which are different than PV panels. And these are the panels that were on my house over at on South Pasture years ago. An existing owner was taking them off of the house, and I had an opportunity to get them back. So there's definitely some sentimental value to them. There are, you can see in the diagram, there are 2 panels. They're on the back of the house. They are on a 1-story element that is a 4-pitch roof. I did submit an additional photograph. This property comes with a deed restriction that there's a 20-foot no disturb buffer around the perimeter of the property. So even if I wanted to, by deed restriction, I'm not able to clear those areas. From Wero, in the middle of the winter, there probably is limited visibility. In the summer, you wouldn't see it at all. I did submit an additional photograph, if you wanted to pull that up, that shows.
I for one would like to see it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, they're on a separate PDF.
What's that?
They are on a separate PDF, so they're not in there. They're
okay.
Stephen, he can have access to it.
I'm working it.
He can do anything.
He's working it. He is.
I'm working it.
Hey, the other thing that occurred to me, Chip, you said that these panels, like, they exist. So can you just lay them on the roof?
Can I? Well, I mean, yes, they do exist.
That's a possibility.
Be carried up there.
I get it.
Look at the photograph first and see if.
All right. Okay. I think I'm correct in saying that our regular board, we're sitting on consent with conditions, so that would apply here. Okay.
That's a diagram of the panel. That's the house.
Yes.
Fine. That's the side. All right, so this is, there we go. That one right there. Keep going. Yeah, that's good. So this is the view from the most open location on Wero that's in line with the side of the house. You can see where I've labeled solar panel location. That goes down to an arrow that points to the roof where I'm proposing to put them. You can see, if you look right to the right of that, you can see the tar paper that is part of the shingle deck that's there. So you can imagine where it'll be, the panels would be just to the left of that that area.
Okay. Thanks. That gives us a better understanding of what you're proposing. So Val, because I think that you're the one that voiced the initial concern, could I start with you?
Yeah, well, we didn't understand what the panels were. or what they look like. I mean, I see the drawing, but it's hard to visualize what that is.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be good to have a picture of them. And there's also a stovepipe that he's proposing, I think, on this application too. I just was concerned that we were going to see them because I know you have this 20-foot buffer, but you can see it plain as day from the street, this house. So the vegetation that's there is low, and I didn't know what the panel was. I don't really have an understanding of what that looks like. So it was a concern as the metal pipe, but I don't know that we'll see that.
Okay. So Diane, what do you think about this now that you've had a chance to see this information?
What elevation? I read little words, but this is really, really small. What elevation are the two panels on?
They're on the southwest elevation, which is the one, if your screen looks
Okay.
like mine, it's the one in the lower right-hand corner.
Right, I see that. And that's facing Wero, right?
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and what is the metal pipe for?
A wood stove.
I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, it's for a wood stove. Wood stove?
Well,
Right.
yeah, that's fine, but I think the metal pipe will be seen. And Wero is small houses. That's where Maggie Meredith lived. That's where her son lives. And then you go up to the wedding house. So I don't see the necessity to have a metal chimney on top of the solar panels. I'd rather see hide it, cover it with something so it's not a metal. It's not metal. And I don't know. I'd like to see what those panels look like in the middle of June. It's not all that heavily vegetated. This particular address and street was on my postal route, so I saw it every freaking day. And you could see around the corner to Maggie's house and to her son's house and stuff. So I don't know what to tell you. It's something that should be viewed in 2 more weeks when the vegetation is out, as far as I'm concerned, because I think it's sort of pushing it a lot to have solar panels and a tin pipe chimney when we don't necessarily approve either. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Well, I'm not really, I don't know this neighborhood. I don't, where is Wero?
It's the second street now, right after Sherburne Commons. It goes right
Oh, okay,
just
so
past
down
Sherburne.
the South Shore Road?
Yes.
I don't think I have a problem with this. I've got to vote yes on this one.
Okay. Thank you. John?
Yes, I went out and viewed it, and it's about 52 feet from these solar panels. And from Wero Road, looking in, you can see where they would be proposed. I think if they're not up to what we request on all of them, because that one, the drawings there looked like it had silver in it. Anyway, that, and plus, I don't think we should be going around putting these steel pipes up in homes. You know, of course, they use them back all over the waterfront where they done open scallops and stuff, and they used them with a chimney up to the roof and then put the steel pipe on top. But these are visible. whether it's bushes there or not. This is above the first floor. First floor, on any structure, I believe that most of it is visible. And I'll stand by it. That this is, you gotta do something else with it.
Thank you, John. Well, listen, there's sort of a variety of opinions, I think, on the table right now. Can somebody?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Chip.
I would be open to removing the solar panels from this application and reapplying for those as a totally separate application so that we could have some more time to look at the visibility. I could submit photographs and so forth. So if that would work, you know, I said I'd be happy to remove the panels from this application if.
Okay. Well, all right. So to that, let me. There seems to have been a lot of, or a fair amount of pushback on the stovepipe itself. So is that? Does it have to be in that particular spot?
That it is the location it needs to be. I mean, it's a small pipe. It's it would be, you know, a gray pipe. I actually didn't think that was going to be an issue, but you know, I guess we could you know, build something around it, but I just actually think that would call more attention to it.
Okay.
It's on the first floor, right?
It is.
That's
And
right.
isn't it back from the street and aren't there
It's
pine
on
trees?
the far side of, it's not on the gable face that faces Wero. It's on the back side of that.
That's right.
Was this on a view? Because maybe we have to view this. Maybe we can pass both of them, but I don't know the area. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Abby,
Yeah.
in order to expedite things here a little bit, maybe if you just made that as a motion.
Well, yeah, I'll call for a view.
Okay,
Motion for a view.
that sounds good. And then we'll determine if it's just the stovepipe or not the stovepipe or just the panels, whatever. So there's a motion on the table to view this. I will poll the board. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Did you hear me?
thank you. Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
I was waiting
Diane.
my.
So Abby is in. Val?
Yes, and Chip, can you give us a picture of the panels since you have them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea. John?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you very much. And chairs in favor, motion carries unanimously. Thanks,
Ray,
Chip.
can I get out of the next two?
But thank you.
Wait, hang on. This has nothing to do with Chip, right, Abby?
Right.
Yeah, so that's fine. Chip, you're good to go.
All right.
So now, the next 4 applications I need to recuse from for obvious reasons.
Oh.
Abby has just stepped off, so that means that both of my associate members will take over and Diane will chair, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello. Oops. Oh, God, that's so funny. It looks like my house looks just like my office, so I thought I was missing from the screen.
So Lisa, are you there?
I am there. Can you hear me?
All right. So tell me what you're doing.
We are making some changes to a house that's already been approved. So, and I had sent him another site plan, which might help the discussion later. We can pull it up that showed the driveway. But I can just go through the changes. I think the north elevation was generally not ever an issue. I don't know if you, Stephen, want to go to the north first. The north, just because of the lack of visibility. I think if you look at the previous application, there was lots of glass. There was never much discussion about the north elevation just because of how it faces on the property and that the visibility is extremely limited. I think you know, the only elevation that might have some visibility, in my opinion, would be the front, which would be the south. But I think even that is at a very oblique angle. And that's why I sent in the second site plan, because of the angle of the view. So I think the most substantial change that we've made on this elevation is the how we've rendered the link between the gable on the far left and the main mass with the dormer. And the changes are we've removed the metal roof, and we've redone the fenestration and added a little bit of a stone base to match the stone chimneys. And then the next,
And you've got 2/1 windows, right?
yeah, and they were always approved as 2/1s.
Yeah, that's all right. I just try to pick it up.
That's not a change. And then
Okay.
the east elevation, we revised the fenestration in the dormer slightly, and we added a chimney. And then rather than having a pergola, we added a porch roof and a deck. And made a fenestration change on the gable end with 2 windows versus 1.
Okay. So is that it now?
Well, there's other changes on the other elevations. I'm happy to go through them. If Stephen, you want to scroll.
Yeah, which one would you like to start with?
Go back to the north, I guess. Oh, sorry. I think it's the next page. So the north is, you know, we went from a door and 2 windows to 3 doors. We added the porch, as I said. That became then a deck facing north. We added a second French door to the little deck in the corner. You know, some minor fenestration changes. And then on the west, we, I believe, changed the dormer window configuration from 4 lights to 2/1s. But all the other.
Just tell me whether you think that if it's 8 Shakamo, do you think the north is visible, or?
I don't think so, because I think that's why there wasn't a lot of commentary before when we've gone through the application. Yeah. This is the 3rd time. We went through twice before and have just made some adjustments to it. So I don't think the north is visible. I think the only potential visibility is the south, and I think the only controversial thing on the south, if it's even at all controversial, is the added little stone foundation detail at the link. But again, I think if you pull up the landscape plan, which I sent in, it shows a kind of a donut driveway that's going to have a lot of vegetation. So I think that, you know, the front of the house is going to be not terribly visible. I don't think they want to be visible from Shakamo Road. So if you have to scroll up a bit, Stephen, to see the donut in the bottom. So they actually travel over some property that's owned by Brace Young to get to the front of the house. And they're doing 2 driveway cuts, and they're going to have an island of vegetation in the center. You know, pretty tall vegetation, because they'd like to screen the garden that's in the front from the road. So the stone elements have already been.
All right, thank you.
Changing them.
Abby's
not on. I don't
Abby's
think.
not on it.
We've done part of it. Yeah. Abby, what do you want to do?
Abby's not sitting on this one, Diane.
Oh, all right. What about you?
I'm okay with this. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of visibility of any of it.
All righty. And Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree, excuse me, with Valerie's comments. I just add, I think the stone element with those kind of old style 12 light porch windows it's actually quite charming, and it'd be nice to see more of it in this type of an area. Thank you.
All right. TJ, you're on it then, right?
I wasn't sure, but I have been following along. I think all the changes seem appropriate in net gain. I agree with Stephen on the stone detail, and it's nice. I think that it ties in with the chimney stacks. Is that the same stone?
Yes.
Okay. Could you scroll down for me just a little bit so I can see the next sheet? One more time. And the rest of the fenestration changes and so forth, and a little bit of a massing change there also seem appropriate on the north side. So I'm fine with the proposal as submitted.
All right, thank you. And John, have you got something to say?
Yes, ma'am. I have 5 minutes to get out of here. I gotta go somewhere. I'm gonna leave in 5 minutes, so I won't sit on this. Thank you.
All righty. I think that most of it is appropriate. This is just a fluke that I have. I was wondering if you could make the stone chimneys straight up instead of being wider at the bottom where we see them than the top.
Sure. I don't think
Just
that's a problem. I
all
mean,
right.
I don't think that's a problem at all.
So can I get a motion on this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All righty. All the, TJ,
Aye. In favor.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and me, I. So that's all of us. That
John.
is
John, did he have a?
John.
Chat it out.
Oh, he got that. Okay, he's not on it. Okay, great.
So that's 4 out of what is 4.
Thank
So
you.
the next one is 20 Sankaty Head Road.
Okay. So this is the first application the demolition, or is it the changes to the house?
No, the first one is move demo.
Okay, that's for an existing garage that we are removing in order to build a slightly smaller garage because we're trying to just reproportion some ground coverage on the site. So this building was built by Ron Winters in probably, I'm gonna guess, the late 80s, early 90s. Probably 90.
Right, this is down by the Sankaty pool house, right?
Well beyond it, but you see it from Pulpus Road. I mean, I don't know that you see this building, but you see the main house from Pulpus Road. But yes, it's down past the beach club, but way at the last house on the right.
Okay, so you're looking up at it, right?
From Sankaty, you're looking up at it, yes, but at quite a distance. See but you don't see it from Sankaty. You don't see it from, the first road you turn off of Pulpus Road from, you don't see it from that road. You can't see it until you get almost towards the end of Sankaty Head Road. And I did submit some photos that I think will be helpful for the main house.
Yeah, the photos are good. So the building that you want to move or demo is the garage.
Yes.
Okay. Abby wanted to not have to do this one. So Val.
Okay. I don't even know.
Okay.
I was trying to find it
TJ.
online so I could see it closer.
Right, well,
I can email you. Well, I don't know if I have these drawings.
Oh, wait, I'm on the, I'll look. You guys go and I'll have a comment in 3 seconds here.
all right, TJ, what do you think?
I'm sort of amazed that this thing can move. Is it going to have to be broken down into pieces or?
Well, I don't know if it can be moved. I mean, our preference would be to demo it, but we want to leave it open to have it moved.
Okay, and you said it was built within the last 20 years, did you say?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the I don't know what the date on those drawings is, but it was built by
Yeah.
Ron.
I'm good with moving it.
I'm also okay with moving.
Good or demo.
Yeah.
Okay, and I am too. I think that we may be able to get it to somebody who lives in the area, so it doesn't have to go so far. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be hard to get it down that road. You'll have to cut it into 3 pieces probably. But, you know, again, it'll
Yeah.
be open. We'll advertise it.
Very
Motion
good,
to
thank
approve.
you. All right. So Stephen, you're on this. What do you want?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm good with it. There's no architectural loss here. I'd be fine with a straight demo due to the fact that it's really too large to move.
Can I have a motion?
I made a motion to approve.
All righty then. TJ, what is your opinion of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And me, aye. So that is all done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I make a suggestion if we're going to, I think we should move on to the main house next. And I think, I don't know if it's helpful to look at the pictures we took of the site from different vantage points before we talk about the main house, or if you want me to give you an overview of what we were doing, because the main house is a unusual application in that we're keeping the first floor structure and then removing the roof and rebuilding the roof. So we're keeping the foundation, we're keeping the first floor, but we're rebuilding the roof form.
Well,
And
it probably be better if you told us about it and you can just put it up on the with us. So give us an idea what's going on. You're going to take the second.
yeah, we're taking the second floor off. You can see that the building is interesting. We're adding about 1 foot in height to the building, but the building has some very odd details in it in terms of the window heights and the existing window heights and sizes, you know, are just, it feels very cramped and on the second floor. Some of the windows are at 6 feet in terms of the head height. It's just not very gracious. So because of, we wanted to keep the foundation, and in general, the first floor layout is okay. We're making some additions here and there. But the idea was to just create a more volume upstairs without actually doing a lot of changes to the form. The plan of the building. So
Right.
the idea was to end the perception of it, like not to build 2-story walls and have flush dormers to keep the low eaves and have all that roof, but just to make it a little bit more gracious in terms of the design. So, you know, obviously on the east elevation, the biggest change is to change that entry gable, which is this sort of flat, squash-looking gable, to a gambrel, and then to change the main roof line to a gambrel and change all the dormers to hips. And then making the porch that is on the north side more of a typical porch rather than it being a subtractive mass.
Okay.
You know, I think if people have questions, elevation by elevation, I can explain what we're doing. But the goal was to just give it a little bit more architectural style in terms of a house. It just feels like it doesn't have much of a style. It's very squashed down there. And we tried to do that without actually impacting the massing of the building that dramatically, because it is visible from Pulpus Road and Sankaty Road, and the Sankaty Golf Club.
Right. All righty. Well, let's see. TJ, you're the first one in line over there.
Yes, ma'am. Looking at the design, and I appreciate a lot of the things you've done with the redesign, particularly keeping the eaves low. And I actually, I really do like the gambrel additions. They complement the hip lines that you've left in place. I think it's quite nice. I think it's creative, and part of me wants to go out and view it. I didn't get to view this one.
I do have some photos that I submitted that I'm happy to pull up. And they're
Okay.
pretty accurate. If you
that'd be wonderful.
I don't know if you have them, Stephen, but
Yep, one sec.
or unless you want to go through all the comments first. That's fine.
Up to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Val.
I agree with TJ. I applaud the change in the house. I think it looks super nice. The only concern I would have is if the north is visible, and I couldn't tell, Lisa, from your pictures, I'm sorry. It's highly fenestrated as compared to the existing, but that's my only concern, that one side.
The north side.
Which has
I think that's mainly you can view it obliquely from the Pulpus Road, and we'll see that in the pictures. The main view of it is going to be from Sankaty Road, but way at the end. This is the last house. And I don't think you'll see it because there's a lot of high vegetation. But we can look at that in the photos.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen.
I agree with TJ's comments and Val's. I do want to look at the images, which I'll pull up after we do comments for additional, for our additional discussion. Because I am a little concerned about what of this you can see and how much of the gambrel massing, if any, changes for better or for worse that presentation. So as soon as we look at the images, I'll have a clearer picture. But it's a nice design. I think it's, net it actually looks more attractive for certain.
I think it does. My only concern, but I'm not sure you can cure it, is that on the north elevation, every window is mowed. Every window on the whole place, which
Well, a lot of that is already there, but
yeah.
Well, and the east elevation also, maybe it was the east elevation I was looking at, but no, there's the north elevation.
It's the north.
And
I think the north is the most fenestrated.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at can you find the picture, Stephen, or do you need me to?
I got them. I'm ready to roll when you guys are.
It's a separate. Yeah.
Throw up a picture or two.
Throwing them up.
So I couldn't tell in this picture which one.
It's not this. This was just for context to show in the same view line, you're seeing that house that has 3 full stories of windows. So it's not in this picture.
Okay.
Sorry. There it is right there. So you can see the north there, which is on the left side, but it's shrouded in vegetation. I think there's one other view from the Pulpus Road.
So it's the one on the right?
No, the north is the one on the left. So the one on the right is what you're seeing is the southwest.
Okay.
Well, the one on the right is the garage. Sorry. If I had a pointer, I could show you. The one on the right is the garage. Yes. What I'm saying here on this image, the double gable is actually the gable that you see in the existing conditions facing southwest. And the north is the gable that's facing kind of over my left shoulder.
Okay.
So you don't see the first floor of the north. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the southwest. I'm sorry. I'm completely confused. That is the southwest over my left shoulder.
So your left shoulder, sorry, Lisa, but your left shoulder relative to the image, which side am I?
It's right. Can you see my pointer? Right there. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the southwest.
Okay. And this one?
That is now the southwest again.
Okay.
And this is from Sankaty, right?
Yeah, that's from Sankaty Road, not from the golf club. The one previous, I'm sorry, Stephen, is from Sankaty, was from Pulpus Road. Not from the golf club itself, but just a pull off on the Pulpus Road.
Oh.
And then the next one is from Sankaty Road. And that's where you begin to see the north. That's the elevation of the north where you see that big steep porch. That's on the existing north elevation that we are now turning into a full porch. That's one story, but goes across the whole thing and has lots of fenestration. And that is from Sankaty Head Road as you approach the house. And then there's one other picture that's further down the road that you're looking at this house beyond the project that Matt McEachern and John Rafe built. Right. So this is the John Rafe house. And then you see our house in the back with all the chimney pots. So it's visible from Sankaty Road, but from, quite a distance. And I think also at a point where there's not that many people traveling up the road. You're almost to the end of it. And this is the last house on the right. And I still say that a lot of that first floor is not visible, given all the other structures around it. I mean, you see the top parts of the windows.
Yeah, it's a little more peaceful than that house on the right with all those dormers.
Yeah.
I think, and all those windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, windows, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so TJ, your opinion is it's something you can live with?
I find it appropriate. I think it'll actually tone down its profile a little bit over the brush there with the lower eave lines. I'm not sure about the ridge height, exactly if it becomes shorter or taller.
It gets a little taller, TJ. It gets about a foot.
A little bit taller, okay.
A foot taller.
I find it appropriate.
Thank you. Val?
I agree with TJ.
All righty. Stephen?
I agree with Val and TJ.
All righty, and I do too. So can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Very good. TJ, are
Yes.
you?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And me, aye. So that is back to our Nani Mousy.
Thank you. And then this is the garage that's replacing the existing garage.
Motion to approve.
You're ready for dinner. Hopefully you haven't
So
seen
much
the
nicer
video.
than the one that's there.
I'm having a little wine while I talk to you.
TJ?
That's what we need.
TJ, tell us about the garage.
I haven't seen all the elevations yet. I'd like to get a look at these.
All right, let me add Val.
I'm fine with this garage.
All righty, and Stephen.
I guess my only comment, I think it's a nice design, but it looks as though the ridge height is around 26.6 as opposed to the main structure. I think that this is actually almost taller.
No, is it? Hold on. I have to look at my. It's about the same. It might be about the same height, but in relation to the existing building, that I do not know. I didn't look up that information. I mean, we can pull up the old drawings from the garage and sort of see how tall that was.
No need, Lisa. I was looking at looking at the new addition to the existing, or to the main house. The lower ridge is 24, the higher ridge is 27. So this is actually a little bit shorter, and that was my only concern. It is a little tall, I think, for a garage dwelling, but
24 feet is supposed to be it.
but I was going to say that I think that the location and the topography and the relation to the existing to be renovated structure carries it okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I would like to see it come down, if we could, to 24, so that it stays within our purview of 24 feet. It's the height of a garage with an apartment.
The only thing that I would say about that is, if you look at the visibility of it, the only place that you'll maybe see this is at the end of Sankaty Road. You do see it in those pictures from Pulpus Road, but it is the garage is a bit lower. I think if you go back to those photos, you only see the second floor of the garage from those photos. So in relation to the house.
Can we go back to the site plan just to see? Okay. And is the north, this is where I'm a little lost.
The north is, well, you can't see my cursor. You see where the deck is, though, cut into the
Yeah.
roof? That's the elevation you guys were the most concerned about. The elevation you're seeing from Sankaty Road is to the page left. You're seeing that sort of Swiss hip. So you do see that building from Sankaty Road, but if you go back to the photos that I submitted, you'll notice the existing garage is very low in relation to the house.
It's on a lower piece of property, right then?
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is, even with a second floor, it doesn't make as much of an impact. You don't see the whole first floor of it, so it's.
Lisa, I guess I would, just looking at the image, if I may, through Madam Chair, I'd like to see if you could do something about the height. I do think, looking at the main structure now in the image to the left, and then where the garage will be, it appears as though the first story eave is higher by a couple of feet than the primary structure. So
we're lowering the eave. I think
I'm just saying, my point is it appears that with respect to the topography, if the new main house is 27 and the new the garage is 26, the garage will actually be taller than the main house. If you're looking at this.
I think what you're missing is that on the garage, if you look at the architectural plans, that eave isn't at the first floor. It's at a midpoint of the windows. It's taller than the house.
The existing?
Yes.
22 feet high on the plan.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
I'm talking more about the eave line.
Yep.
Eave line.
I'm going to pull it up.
Yeah, it cuts into.
That's okay with you, Madam Chair, sorry.
It's at the midline of the double hungs as opposed to at the first floor level. So you're seeing the eave line on the garage, not because it's at the first floor, but because it's at a higher level in relation to the first floor.
Okay, so just to be clear, the concern I had was that this eave line would, just before I switched to the other image, Lisa, that this eave line was a standard for one-story eave line.
Yeah, it's
what
not.
I believe Lisa's saying is that that's not actually the case. So I'm going to go to
Not on that building.
Go to the other one.
You have to go to the demo, yeah.
So, okay, so it's a 1 3/4 story eave line. Okay.
That's not
Thank
to
you.
say, Val, if you still have issues with the top of the ridge, we can certainly look at that. But I was just pointing out to Stephen that the eave lines don't relate to each other between the buildings.
So I'm good with that.
Okay.
What I would just mention is to see if you could drop it possibly, and which would bring us under our own rules, which would be good, whether it's around the corner or uphill.
I don't know, Diane, if I can get that much out of it, but we'll certainly look at lowering it a little bit. I mean, I have to look at the section, and if the section is set so that those doors facing north are set at 7 feet and the dormer's right above it, that might be kind of determining it, but I'm happy to hold this one for revisions. If you want us to just see what we can get out of it, we can do that.
Well, let's see what they want to do. What would a motion be if somebody wanted one? Do you want to hold it for a revision for the garage, or do you want to prove it as submitted?
I would like to see if she can get anything out of it, even if it's a foot or so. Just because now, and having looked at the site plan, I do have some concerns about it appearing like it's above the house.
Can I ask also?
Right.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I ask also, maybe Lisa, you could, if you wrestle with your program and your height, but I think it would be beneficial now that I have the clear understanding that I do about where your ridge height will be, to show on the existing image that shows the garage relative to the house. I can't bring it back up. It's just too much work for the image.
Okay.
The way this software is set up. But if you could show a representation of the ridge line on that image, I think that would be beneficial, and maybe a dashed line to show where the eave would be lower, which is almost in the image below the surrounding grade.
You mean, so just to be clear, on the photo that I submitted,
Yes.
kind of model onto that graphically where the new eave would be and then where the ridge would be.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the eave you're going to have to do with the dash line, because it's actually going to be below either the topography or the vegetation.
Yeah, I can look at that. And we'll also look at taking some height out of it if it's possible.
If we make a motion to
hold for some revisions.
Yeah. Okay. TJ.
Aye.
All right. Val.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And me, aye. So that is what we'll do. Lisa, thank you very much. We'll work that out.
You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, bye-bye.
You too. Goodbye, goodbye. So now I turn it over to Ray.
Here I am, I'm back. Let's see. Okay, so is Ethan still on?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Great. Okay, so we're at 69 Cliff Road, and you want to do an alteration, and it looks like it's up on our screens already, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ethan, do you want to point me to where you want to start the walkthrough?
Sure. It's pretty straightforward. There's an existing roof walk, and it's just obviously deteriorated quite a bit, as you can see in the photos. Since they're going to have to probably wind up rebuilding most of it anyways, they'd like to put a skirt on it as well. We'll also fix the trim detail. You can see how the fascia boards wrap the posts. That's really the gist of the application. Same size, same location, painted white. I also provided some examples of photos. They should be in there as individuals, but they're also on the sheet. They might be kind of hard to see here, but I did attach them separately as well. I think there hasn't been a roof walk that's been constructed in the area in the past 20 years that there's only one that doesn't have a skirt. So just some precedent, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Abby, you're muted right now. You may want to unmute your, there you go. Okay. So let's see who we still have. We have Val, Abby, Steven's there.
Me.
DJ, Steven. Oh, and Diane.
Me.
Oh. And so I have to figure out who's on this. All right. John's gone. So among the regular board members, we have Diane, Abby. Who else? Who am I missing?
Me.
Oh, Val.
Val.
All right. So, okay. So 4. So we need just one associate member. I wasn't paying attention. Who was on? Stephen, were you on the Botticelli and Poll applications? No, TJ was.
I think we both were. TJ, if you want to take this.
They both were.
TJ, are you up now?
Yes, sir. I'll
Okay.
take this project.
Okay, so TJ is your associate. So two things that we're looking at here. One is providing a skirt under the roof walk, and if we have a discussion about that, I'd like to hear everyone's opinions about whether it's painted or natural. And by the way, Ethan, are you proposing something or?
Honestly, I think we go either way. It's proposed white just because that's kind of goes a little bit maybe better with the house, but quite honestly, the owner probably wouldn't be disappointed if it was natural from a maintenance standpoint. So.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. And then the other thing, of course, is the fact that Ethan pointed out the existing roof walk isn't really built in the traditional way where the posts are continuous up. And so they're going to correct that when they do the construction. So I'd like to hear from the board members. Diane, are you ready to begin?
She's
Oh,
muted
Diane,
again.
Diane, you're on mute. If you can hear us. Oh, there you go.
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted now. I'm
Right.
sorry, but I don't think that the heaviness of a skirted roof walk is appropriate on this house.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I'm okay with it. I think many of the houses in that area have skirts, and I'm fine with this application.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Oh, by the way, if you're okay with it, are you okay with it as natural or painted or either?
Either.
Okay.
Ditto.
Okay, at TJ.
I'm okay with it.
I'd love to look at the windows on the, what side
Yeah.
is it? The west, how they go 1, 2, 3, like smaller, bigger.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the
That
stairs
would
are.
never get approved now.
I know.
Wow, that's funny. The big bear, little bear.
Mhm.
Okay, so TJ, are you okay with it painted or natural?
Yeah, I think, what's the trim color, Ethan?
It's all white currently, white sash, white
Oh,
trim.
white. I'm okay with it painted or natural, yeah.
I have a proposition.
Go.
Motion
ahead.
to approve with the roof walk, the balusters and the posts and the trim, the board around the deck white and the vertical boards natural, so they blend in with the
Yeah, I
wood
prefer
roof.
that anyway, honestly. I think it's a better look. Not as heavy, not as in your face.
Right.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table. I'm going to pull my board on it. So the proposal is white to do the skirt, but to do it in natural, I guess it would be red cedar V groove or something like that. That's the motion. TJ.
I'll vote aye on this.
Okay. Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
No.
Diane's opposed. Yep. Val.
Aye.
Okay, and chair in favor of that proposal. So the motion carries 4-1. 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you all. Thank you for all your effort tonight. Have a great evening.
Yeah, thanks.
We're a
You
little
too.
rusty, I think.
It's
Hey, do we,
interesting.
oh, I was gonna say, do we have anybody here for the last application? I believe we do. Okay,
me.
so, Stephen, I think that you'll sit on this one,
Okay.
okay? If you don't mind. Okay, so what are we doing at 80 Pleasant Street?
This is a cottage that was already approved. And what we're just trying to do is on that north elevation, change a couple of windows. We're revising the fenestration to, if you would scroll down to the next sheet, please.
Yes.
You'll be able to see the changes down on the north elevation. So we're changing that dormer transom window to a double unit, as we couldn't get a single unit that was 10 panes wide. We're changing that large window into like a picture window flanked by double hungs, same kind of opening, same size opening. Now the window to the left, it may look a little unusual to you, but we're going with a single pane picture window on account of a detail we're doing on the inside. We're mounting the upper cabinets to the window, such that the glass front upper cabinets get sunshine through them. And for the feasibility and tenability of this idea to work out from the inside, it was going to be difficult to add the panes and get everything to align properly for our cabinet detail. And I would also add to the mix here that this is a 5-foot setback from Camilla Drive residences, where they have recently built out the entire drive. And it's just not going to be visible from anywhere other than the side yard of one of these properties.
Okay. Side yard of one of these properties, meaning that
You would see it from 80 Pleasant, or the deck on Camilla, which is to the north.
well, I guess, so what you just described were both private views, not
Yes,
public
sir.
views.
Yes.
So it's not visible from a public way, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thanks, TJ. Okay, Diane, what do you think?
I think it's an interesting concept of making light in the kitchen. And if you can't see it, it would be worth, it'd be worth giving it a try. I'd give it a try.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you hear?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah. Val,
So I can attest to the lack of visibility here, since I did the house right across
Oh.
the line from it. And my Nana's house is on the front lot, and it's Camellia Drive.
My apologies.
After her.
ah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah. But so you're attesting to the lack of visibility, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, okay. Great. Stephen?
Val, I appreciate the community context.
You have more gravy?
I see where it won't be seen. I know.
You have more gravy? I want more gravy.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Abby?
I'm okay with it.
All right. I think we have liftoff here. I'm fine with it. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
This time I'm taking Val. You
I
got
haven't been able to make one all night.
All right, so Val's made a motion to approve. TJ?
Thank
you. He's the applicant.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
And Val, you obviously approve your own motion, right?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair is in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Yay.
Great. Thanks, everybody. We got through the whole agenda. Now can we approve some minutes before we break, before we go our separate ways?
Motion to approve the minutes of May 4th.
Okay, thanks. So let's say, Val, are you in favor of your motion?
I am, aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
And TJ?
Aye.
And chairs in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Now, I seem to have, oh, here's, so the final thing is next day HCC meeting, which is just a reminder, May 26th. That's a Tuesday, again, for a short period at 4:30. Gosh, it's 9:30 already, and I can't ask any more time of you guys. We could discuss this sign advisory thing, sign guidelines, sign checklist. That can all wait, or it'll have to wait. So I think unless any of you has any comments on anything, Stephen, do I see you raising? your
Sorry, yeah, I saw you looking in close. I just suggest that we think of for the next time we talk about it, as much as we have preservation plan or staff comments, perhaps the chair of the sign committee would just comment on signs, if, as opposed to our, I don't know what the suggestion is here, but as opposed to our weighing in and reviewing every sign, if they could vet them and maybe let us know their thought as the chair, that might be helpful. It's just a thought for consideration.
You know, I think that's as good a stopgap measure as we can get, really, because they're not allowed to meet right now.
They can't meet like
They
Zoom?
cannot meet.
Nope.
So I really like a lot of things here, you know, the HSAB and all that. I'm relying on somebody to do a little bit of pre-screening for us. So I would be very much in favor, if it's legal, possible, to have some member, you know, the chair or whomever of the sign committee, you know, render some kind of an opinion on it. Kathy, are you still on?
I am.
So can we just take that and sort of ask various people whether that's something that would be possible to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just suggest we ask them how to make it happen?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, there's been pressure, I guess, from, I guess is a good way to say it, a request to admin from certain committees trying to figure out what needs to be done so that they can meet. Because as everybody knows, it's only the regulatory boards or boards who actually have financial implications that are reviewing at the time. And a lot of it has to do with the broadband, the fact that all of us are having, you know, we can't do this without NCTV. There needs to have that combination of public engagement. So I know that this is on town and admin's, you know, radar, that we need HSAB, we need SAB, we need the sign council, we need our historical commission. So this is something that they're hopefully going to be giving a, you know, some type of guidance on soon, because as we all know, this is our new norm, and we need to function with that all of them. So.
Yeah, I know it's an ongoing problem. I wish that there was a solution. I don't feel like I know the rules well enough to be able to know what's possible and what's not possible. And I'm relying on somebody else who has greater knowledge of that than I do to walk us through how it might happen. So,
Motion to adjourn?
all right, like it. Okay.
Please.
Diane? Are you?
Aye.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Val, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes, I am. Aye.
Who's left? Stephen, you on?
I am. I'm already in the study. I'm ready to go.
And Abby.
That's nice.
Yes.
Okay. Chairs in
Stephen.
favor. Motion carries. We're officially adjourned. Thank you all so much for hanging in there. I know it's a late night, but we covered everything pretty much.
Thank you,
so.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Holly.
Night, night, everyone.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Ray.